look who it is. It's all of you guys. Welcome back to another late night, early morning, basically, Pokemon card stream. For me, it's 1:50 a.m. in the morning. Now, as you guys know, sometimes I show up late. Tonight wasn't really me showing up late. My wife just stayed up till 1:50, so we just kept hanging out. It's a little different. I like to start the stream after she's gone to bed. I don't know why she stayed up so late tonight. Maybe she just didn't feel like going to work. So we are starting late. WTF is White Boy Summer. Get you a fat booty Latina. I already have a fat booty Latina. I'm married. Big T Exotic says hi. What's up, Big T Exotics? I don't remember how that skit goes. White Boy Summer every day. What's up, Kelly Adams? It's D's Nuts. Hey, D's. Mister's morning night at your place? Yeah, it's like 2 a.m. Here we are. Get these penny sleeves updated. We got some more energy cards. What's up, Doodah? Zippity doodah, zippity. Wow, that's an old one. Wasn't that from the, that was from a Disney movie that got canceled. Wow. Who remembers Zippity Doodah? That's an old song. That was on a Disney CD track that we would listen to in the car as little kids. Hello, Cardconomist. How are you tonight? I'm doing pretty good. I bet you there's a lot of young people who never even heard that song anymore. Duda says me. Mister, you should save all that Adventure Time bulk and play with your wife. Oh my God, this man did not just tell me to play with my wife. I heard of every day when I worked at Disney. Oh, they played at Disney. Okay, never mind. Zippity doo-dah, zippity-yay. Mister, we were getting kind of out of hand in chat before you started the stream. I do, mister. It's the theming of Splashing Mountain. Oh. Have you ever gotten turned on from a Pokemon card? Oh, turned on by a Pokemon card. I'm afraid this never happened. Probably never will happen. I don't know about some of these other cards, though, from like Y. Schwartz and all that. Man, they got some lewdish cards out there. We can't show them in the stream, but they're out there. I thought about maybe buying them up and then just grading them and offering them graded. I don't know. It's a weird thing. Or maybe sell them raw with the promise to grade them. I don't know. Did you see Biden say the American people are wrong for saying the reason inflation is so high is because the government spends a print form? Yeah, so one of the strategies of the Biden administration right now is to blame all the high gas prices and inflation on Putin. And there's some truth to it. It's like a half truth, I'd say, because gas prices were already moving up before the war started. And that's because Joe Biden made us reliant on, having imports of oil rather than us drilling the oil ourselves. So what they do is they blame the gas companies and the oil companies for not drilling more. But what actually happened, and it's funny you brought this up. I was researching this today while I was doing my shipping. I was watching people talk about it. And they were talking about how one of the arguments that the Biden administration makes is that, well, they've got plenty of licenses to drill. That's apparently not true. Some of the licenses were revoked. And then the other problem is they stopped drilling when the Keystone Pipeline got shut down because, well, the Keystone Pipeline was going to make it very cheap to transport the oil. Now that it's not very cheap, they don't want to do it because it's going to, it's going to cost them extra to transport. It's going to cost them apparently a lot more. So drilling stopped for that reason too. So we stopped drilling as much oil over here and became dependent on international oil more than we used to be dependent on it. So on top of that, he removed the sanctions from the Nord Stream pipe in Europe. And actually, there was a really good meme about this subject. I was on TikTok, and there was this meme where the guy in the meme asks, he says, why would Biden cancel the Nord Stream pipeline as a way to hurt Putin, but then claim shutting down our Keystone pipeline doesn't hurt us? You know what I mean? So that's roughly what the meme was saying. It's like, basically it alluded to the reality that shutting down our own, oil pipeline that very efficiently moves the product around, it was just a dumb move. And they did it pretty much just for environmental reasons. But then we didn't really save the environment. We just moved the oil production to a different country. So it doesn't really make a lot of sense to do that. So yeah, that's a subject I was reading about today because I'm really curious about it. That's their strategy right now. Their strategy is to blame Russia for the oil prices. Again, there is some truth to it because Russia invaded Ukraine and this caused, speculating to start. But also, Russia is a big producer of oil and excuse me, we started saying, well, we're not going to accept oil from Russia anymore. So people were speculating on oil, and now we're not accepting imports, and so it's pretty bad. Of course, I guess they didn't have to do that either. I guess they could have just said, we're going to continue to buy oil from Russia even during the war. And so, you know, I don't know if they could have gotten away with that politically. People would have been like very critical of it, though. Okay, we got some new cards on the table. Check this out. We got a Misty's Tears for $600 and a base set Japanese Pikachu from 1996. I really like this card. The ones I have are in exquisite condition. They look fantastic. However, as I mentioned before, I'm offloading some of my cheaper slabs, not too many of them, and I'm going to use that money to buy another really expensive slab like that Gold Star Charizard for $25,000. My goal is to have a smaller number of overall cards, but the same amount of money invested. And the reason for that is because one of the secret costs to owning too many of the small cards is, as a business, I have to do inventory. And when I do inventory, I have to inventory every single one of these mother effers, and it just takes forever. It really took me a very long time. I thought maybe I could hire somebody to just do the inventory for me, so maybe that'll be an option in the future. But for now, I'm just going to place these for sale. They're really fantastic. I mean, this is like what you should be buying, to be honest. We talk about good investments. Base set Pikachu. This card's been very popular for a long time. This is the Nude Misty artwork from Gym Heroes. And yep, this one graded 10. It's already graded. It's really nice. These are the kind of cards you would want in your collection. And I would want them in my collection too. That's why they were there. But again, I'm just trying to reduce the overall physical size of my collection and the number of cards in my collection. But I'm going to take that money and buy more cards with it. It'll be a lot of fun. Let me move this off the table. I don't know what to price this at. This is a black and white Rayquaza promo. Let me look up its population real fast. I believe its population was tiny. So this is what, BW47? What is this music? Okay, let me look up XY as well. Oh my God. Just trying to find it. Oh, here it is, Rayquaza. Okay. So we have a PSA 10 of that Rayquaza. I think it's a really low pop card. Yes, so this particular card is pop 5, which makes it very, very, very low pop. I don't know if that's a good thing. Like, does that make it, is it worth a lot more, or are there just none of them graded? I suspect it's probably worth a lot. You know why? Because you're probably not going to obtain a pack fresh promo of this anymore, not very easily. And if you do, it's probably not going to be in great condition. Big girls equals shade in the summer and warmth in the winter. You're funny, man. Okay, so that says pop 5. I don't know what to do for the price on something like that. Pop 5, that's a good thing. Let's get started. It is 2 o'clock now. So we are late, super late. But you know, we normally talk for about 30 minutes anyways. Welcome back, everyone. Add it to the live customs. Okay, I can see it's already been super busy. I can see a lot of orders came in, so we better just start hitting that line. Actually, did I get a refund? Oh, yeah, I got a refund. Okay, so that's why it looks like I have so much. I got a refund today. One of the guys who was supplying me with the, what's it called? Jobless reincarnation. He had to refund me 2 cases. He didn't have them. Why people do that? Claim they have something they don't. Okay, that's the end of last night's stream. We have Dylan Blake is the first order of the night. And he says 5 Realm of the Guards Dragon Ball Z. No, that's not for sale. Realm of the Gods is not available. Realm of the Gods says coming soon, Dylan Blake. So, I mean, I'll write you down for 5 of them. We could treat it like a pre-order if you just remind me that you have it. I'll open them when they arrive, but they're not here yet. So we'll say Dylan Blake. And we'll say 5 Realm of the Gods. There we go. Mister, get the trial decks. We need that Lily card. Put this over here. All right, I'm going to go get the trial decks. He also wants 5 of the Digimon Next Adventure. Oops. He says these are pre-orders. All right, I'll write you down. Why not? Maybe we'll just allow pre-orders on everything. 5. What was the other one? Next Adventure. Not a big deal, I guess. Everyone get in the bunkers. That's right. Moving my pokies to the bunkers. Dude, it's getting fierce out there. Next up, we have Don Trail Davis. He says, a pre-order for the Gengar Mimikyu PSA 10. Okay, so give me a minute. Yep, we did have one of those. Actually, I think I might have had 2 of them. So give me a second. Let me grab the other one. I think I might offer both of them. Both of these. Yes. So this is actually one of my favorite modern cards. That's why I have so many of them. And I probably always will have a lot of them. If you were going to collect a modern card, this would be one to collect. Really nice looking. We'll go ahead and write your name on the back, Mr. Don Trail Davis. Illinois governor got booed at the South Side Irish Parade today. Damn. You talking about Lori Lightfoot? Boo! No, she's like the mayor or something, right? Okay, let's see. Where's my slab away? Tempted to move slab away to the other Discord server, Pokestan. All right, here we are. Don Trail Davis. We'll say Gengar. And was it 250, I think? There you go. Correct me if it wasn't 250, but I'm pretty sure it was. Cole Kokoshke says, Mister, this is going to be my last order for a little while, so I'm going to go big. I'll take 1 box of Brilliant Stars. All right, you got it, man. Cole Kokoshke. How's it going, man? Well, I'm glad you were here for a little while. All right. Where do I find all the slabs you have for sale? That's a great question. I have a channel in our second Discord server called Pokestan Marketplace. Pokestan Marketplace is for everyone to go shopping for slabs that are sold by people in that server who have slabs to sell. So it's kind of like a trading Discord. And I post my slabs in there too. So you'll have to learn how to log into Pokestan Marketplace. And so give me a minute. I'll just show you what that looks like real fast. So here we are. You can see I have 3 Discord servers. That's for TheCardconomist. That's Pokestan. This is my main Discord server for this channel. But you'll jump over here to Pokestan. And, oops. That's our conversation about hiring a new mod. Let's jump down here. There we go. So we have this thing called the TheCardconomist shop. It's all the way at the bottom. So I kind of stay out of the way of things. But you can see we have a channel called Slabs, and so it's really simple, and it all just gets posted in here. So look, that's Pikachu. Here's a Misty's Golduck, Neo Pichu is real cute. Here's Poliwrath, Misty's Tears, Kabutops. So yeah, there's some cards in here to check out. Mister, that's confidential. I know, you guys got to peek into the moderator chat. We don't talk about anything exciting, to be honest. Pretty boring, actually. I'm the new mod, says Anthony. Anthony! Don Silence says, I seen that. Yeah, we don't really have any interesting conversations in there. It's pretty boring. Those Digimon look cool. Dude, I was cold when I got out of bed, so I put on a long sleeve shirt. And now that I'm awake for a little while, I'm hot. I want my short sleeve shirt. That's promoting, says Nick. That Rayquaza for sale, or is it for show? That's a Pop 5 Rayquaza from the XY era, and he is for sale, but I don't really know what to sell him at. What do you think I should sell him at, guys? Come up with some numbers. Make me an offer, maybe. I guess the price should really be based off of, yeah, I don't know. Well, I guess it's just based on what you want to pay for it and what I want to sell it for. There's Clink. 10,000? Fui? Question mark? We could look up similar Rayquazas. Ooh, what's this? Urshifu VMAX. 340. I think 340 is pretty close to what he'd be actually worth. But let me just see what are Rayquazas going for. So if we look up Rayquaza XY and then we go to sold items, yeah, there is one that sold on March for 250, but that one's not going to be pop 5. There's a full art one that sold marked down from 750, but that one's a full art and looks really cool. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, the $300 range sounds probably appropriate. I know he's low pop, but that could change a little bit over time. He could go up as people discover that, oh, he's kind of rare. I want to get one of them graded for myself. So his pop might rise a little bit. Here's Wormadon. Check the PSA 9 and double it. No, that's not really true when it comes to, oh, look at this. Cynthia's Ambition. Cole Kokoschke's got a great box already. Look at that. It's Cynthia and her boyfriend. You know, so doubling the price of the Pop 9, it certainly works for Pokemon cards where there's a large population of that card. But when there's only 5 in the population of a card, you don't really want to double the price of the 9. It's usually up. The premium for the 10 is usually way, way, way higher. Maybe like times 10, times 20. Really depends on the card we're talking about and how many times people have tried for the PSA 10. So for example, like you could get a PSA 9 XY Evolutions Charizard for like $100. But if you want the PSA 10 XY Evolutions Holo Charizard, he's like $2,500. So you can see the difference is massive. And it's because it's so hard to get the 10 and there's such a low population of them. So yeah, but you know, let's say there were 500 10s and 1,000 9s. Well, then you would double the price of the 9 on a card like that, right? So population does play kind of a role here. Population plays a really big role in the overall value of a card, you know? Anytime a card has a really high population, you pretty strictly have to follow what the market is buying and selling that card for. When you have a card that someone is very unlikely to run into again, you can just kind of be like, well, $1,000, you know? But that doesn't mean anyone will buy it. It just means that you don't have any competition when you're selling it. There we go. I guess the question for me is, where does he come from? Like, how do you obtain another one? Like, is it possible to grade another one of these 10s? Or is it going to be like one of those really unusually rare cards that will be very hard to grade 10 anymore? I just had a power outage and felt like it was a caveman. Thank God for cell phones. Oh, you felt like a caveman. Whew. Yeah, I know, right? When the power goes out. Lurkers are welcome to rise up and speak. Rand says, ban Alex. Play your Switch. Sleep. What? That's a fake Alex. It was scary, says Alex. All right. Alex was like that SpongeBob episode. Raphael says, ban. Move that out of the way. I wish I could slab away it, but I already have another Rayquaza in slab away. 5 minutes. I hope the solar flare takes out all electronics. People would be social again. I'd have all my Pokemon cards if there was a solar flare. I don't know about those Bitcoin guys, but Pokemon cards are solar flare free. Solar flare resistant. Here's Aggron and Dedenne. Then everyone will be scrambling to own my Pokemon cards. They'll be like, the only thing left that has value is Pokemon. What's the Ice Chicken at? 360 or something like that? Can I slab away a $0 slab? Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Here's Infernape. Can you send your Poke cards by carrier pigeon? Maybe carrier drone. They would be worthless because no one could buy them. Duh. It would take more than 5 minutes of a power outage for people to be social. Yeah. People could still buy them. They'd have to buy it with gold. All the gold guys would be smiling and rubbing their hands together. They're like, we win. You could use the Pokies to heat your house. How would you sell them, mister? Watch Survival Family. It's a Japanese movie where the electricity goes out in Tokyo and follows a family trying to make it to the countryside. I see that Rayquaza at 75 smackadonis at 9. Well, yeah, if you want a 9. And that, again, I was trying to talk about how when it comes to a card, if it has an extremely low pop 10 count, that doesn't mean that you base its price on the 9. Ooh, look at that Ultra Ball, man. What a great box. Ultra Ball, he got Cynthia, he got Golden Urshifu. Look at this buck. Go buy the 9 if you think the 9's so affordable. Here's Urshifu. You take a 9 to Olive Garden on the first date. That's right. What? That is a really great box, by the way. How do you feel about Whatnot? I feel like it sucks. Hey, mister, when you get a chance, can you also unban me from your marketplace server too? Thanks. How's it going, man? What was the, I forgot, what was the name for that, it's not Rage Quit, is it? Is that the name I'm looking for? Hold on, we got Cast Form. Have you ever considered doing Slab Away for vintage packs? You guys could have always done that. Yeah, you could do it right now. Here's Axew and Full Art Raichu. What is going on with this box, man? Okay, give me a second. I'm going to go look it up. Here it is. Yay! All right. And 2 more packs. Minister handing out pardons? Presidential pardon. Why didn't Tiger King get a presidential pardon? Poor guy. Poor Tiger King. How much is a Sun and Moon booster pack worth? A bazillion. If you didn't know. All right, so let's take a look at Cole Kokoschke's colossal box here. Are you ready? So, he's got Raichu, and he's got Single Strike Urshifu, and Ultra Ball, and he's got Cynthia's Ambition and Golden Urshifu. I don't know. That's too good of a box. We might have to do some pokey socialism with this box. That's like 5 hits, really. Pretty wild, man. I think I'm going to have to take that box away. Movies are real and the internet doesn't lie. What are you talking about? Cole Kokoschke. Oh, look, Cole Kokoschke. That side boob always makes me happy. What are you talking about, Alex? 200 people, under 50 likes. Hit that like button, guys. Oh, my God. You guys wait a minute. I'm going to go take my shirt off, okay? Because it's too warm in here. Okay, I'm back. I might take a little bite of dinner, too. So now we have Anthony Haymeyer. Hey, Anthony. Okay, so Anthony Haymeyer is offering me store credit. Give me a second. Not offering. He's offering a trade. We have Anthony Haymeyer. Oh, I see. It's a PSA 6 Kabutops, huh? Anthony, I'll just do a quick check on the value of these cards. But I don't think that looks very good. A 6 on a Kabutops, and then the Gyarados is base set too. Oops, come on now. What is this music, man? Well, there is a CGC 8 going for 75. You know what? Let's go for it. Okay, Anthony. Well, it hasn't sold on the other hand. Well, and it's 2 grades above it. I don't know, man. That's tough. I'm like so on the border. Yeah, all right, we'll do it. I'll do it to help you out, okay? So he's selling this to me for 80 bucks. Think there's a skinny Snorlax? I've been saying they need to make skinny Snorlax. That needs to be a Pokemon. Like, not skinny, but like super buff. Should be buff Snorlax, and he should be like totally different from the big fat Snorlax. He should be like a speed Pokemon or something like that. So we bought it from him for 80. We're gonna sell it for 100. So each of these slabs would be $50. And then this just goes in the back of this box like this. See? It's really uncomplicated, actually. These 2 slabs then go into the slab box. But it's really full. So I'll put it way back here. Okay, there you go. That was for Anthony Haymeyer. He needs store credit. What did he say for store credit? Here you go, Anthony. Mister, let's get some Taco Bell. I think I spelled your name wrong. Sorry. Yes, I put a Y there where it doesn't belong. Might be Hemeyer or Haymeyer. Mister, I had to place 3 different orders to get what I wanted, so it should all equal to 1 Rent-A-Girlfriend booster and shipping. If you owned a Snorlax, you'd be bankrupt from feeding him. Do you sell Pokemon cars here? That's right, Pokemon vehicles. Next up, we have Ian Griffith. Please slab away the Mimikyu full art from last night's stream. This covers the down payment, right? I think you're talking about this. All right, so Ian. I think I'm selling this to you for less than I paid for it. So this is a loss for me. I see 125 on the back. Interesting. And let's go add you to slab away. Ian, you would go right here. All right, you're updated. Mister, you got any Pikachu Lambos? All right, let me go get you a Pikachu Lambo. We'll put it into Pokemon Vehicle Slab Away. Jarrett Michael Radcliffe says 2 Adventure Time packs. All right. Mister's bleeding out over here. I might have to talk about MetaZoo. I don't know about that. Sneap. All right, adventure time. I can eat 10 soft tacos, says Alex. Oh, Alex. Here's Raise the Dead, Tax Reduction, and Ghost Ninja. Ooh. Oh, look, Husker Amulet. I can eat 15. There we go. 1, 2, and 3. Here's Quadri. What? Orange Slammy. And Temple of the Sun. Swamphorn. Fright Tower. Green Snaky. Well-Dressed Wolf. Socks of Fortitude. Oh my god. Okay, here we are. Ooh, this sounds like... Oh, I love this song. I haven't heard this song in a long time. What is the name of this? Brinstar Red Soil. Oh, okay. Huh. All right, Mr. Jarrett. J.A. Jarrett. Javier. Oh, Jarrett. Jarrett Michael Radcliffe. Mr. Benches 405 for warm-up. All right. Come on, Jarrett. Where you hiding, man? He didn't say new bag. Oh, he says I may need a new bag. Let's get you a new bag. So weird. I felt like you had a bag. All right. I really like this song that's playing. Now we've got Maxwell Chambers. 2 Adventure Time packs for Maxwell Chambers. Oh, wow. A lot of people just ordering these little cardboard packs. Mister, I just checked the stream from last night. I don't think I got my live customs, says T-Rich. We will need to have a way to confirm that, okay? So you're saying you found your order and you were supposed to have a live custom in it, but I never pulled it. Is that right? But I also didn't fix it later. Here's Apple Bully. Here's Pickler. And Giant Mommy Hand. All right. And in pack number 2, you pull Sandosaurus Rex, Yellow Slimy, and Green Gnome. Time for sleep. You going to bed? Nuh-uh. Not time to sleep. Time to stay up all night. There was supposed to be 3. I sent for it and I didn't see. Okay, so you're just saying that you only paid for 3 live customs. It says Taven Richardson, because I feel like we probably did open them. I think there's this common issue we have in the live stream where the stream's really long and people don't actually see their cards get open. And then they try to re-watch the stream to try and find it, and they can't find it because the stream's too dense. So that is a problem. I don't know how to fix it very easily. Okay, Maxwell says he's got a bag. Mr. Maxwell. Matthew Blaine. Have some timestamp people's names. That would be a really big job for anyone who did it. What's up, Genesis? How's it going, man? There we go. Hire someone to timestamp every order. I mean, again, like, we could do that, or you could just have to go find your own order maybe. But I think the problem is for people who are looking for an order and they can't find it, if I really missed it, because sometimes I do miss, it's not common, but it happens every now and then. You know, it's pretty hard to go looking for something that doesn't exist. So that's the problem. Brooks Bellinger says 3 blue sky streams. Oh, okay, that's Brooks Bellinger. My bag is a lot smaller after donating the hollows. Rick and Morty box break. All right, here we are. Yeah, doing timestamps would take an enormous amount of time. You could show the order list on screen so people could just follow, check themselves. Here's, oh look, it's Metacam. And Zygarde. End of day to make things easier. The person ordering needs to check watching the stream. I would normally agree with that. However, these last couple days have been pretty tough because the wait times easily jump to 2 hours and even 2.5 hours. So it's like at the same time, I kind of get it. Like maybe you fell asleep or maybe you had to step away. 2 hours is a long time to be glued to your TV screen. That's like the length of a movie. So I suspect a lot of people order and then they walk away. And then let's say they didn't see what they pulled. Later on, they're like looking through like, what did I get? You know what I mean? So that's become a pretty big issue. Brooks Bellinger. Bruce. Bryant. Brick. I don't know if I want to show people's names on the screen. I feel like that will make a lot of people uncomfortable, maybe. The other problem is I definitely couldn't show a live version of the screen. So here's the reason why I can't show a live version. Sometimes people put sensitive information in their messages, and I actually scroll over and look at those messages. So I certainly couldn't put a live version up onto the screen for you guys. It would have to be like a version where none of the notes are looked at. So that would make it kind of difficult too. Here's Greg Brown. He says, for my slab away, thanks. All right, so Greg Brown is putting $225 toward it. Wow. Okay, let's go find it. Oh, you got a big one. You got some fancy Lugias. So we're going to say 2503, oops, 3 minus 225. Oh, I did times 25. Oh, my God. Let's try that again. Minus 225. 2,278 remain. All right, it's been updated. William Valls. You asked me to send me a message, let you know that I need 5 vivid voltage. All right, William Valls says he needs 5 vivid voltage. Give me a minute. How's the weather in Missouri right now? Cold. Very cold outside. As of right now. Let's just check your bag real fast too, by the way. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't look like there's vivid voltage in here. Okay, so we'll get you 5 vivid, okay? Now, as for combining your bags, we're still waiting to get that shipping done. There was kind of a large shipping queue, so we got a nice chunk of it done yesterday morning, or technically yesterday after the stream, right? But there's still more to be done, and yours must be in that second round. Woohoo! TCC gives everyone free ones. Looking for them free ones. Honestly, I got to catch up on card grading really badly, too. So I've kind of fallen behind on the card grading because my wife went on a little mini vacation. So I've just been spending time with my wife like all day. And, you know, the sad part is it's not even that much time. Yeah, I guess it's because I was still working. Even though she was off, I was still working full time. And despite doing less shipping and doing no card grading, it just didn't feel like I had much time to spend with her. It's kind of depressing, to tell you the truth. Yeah, we were laying in bed tonight talking about how we need to go on a vacation, like a real one. Okay, William Valls. A real vacation. See? All right. If someone says an underscore, they should be able to look up, especially if there are multiple people looking for them. Here's Dynamo. You need to rent a girlfriend for your wife. Yeah, she's kind of lonely out here. Not a lot of girlfriends out here. Here's Darmanitan. Take a cruise. All you can eat Guy Fieri? Guy Fieri burgers. I don't know what I do on a vacation. I don't know what I do. Probably stress out over the cards. It's probably what I do. Who's going to open my Pokies if you go on vacation? That's a great question. There we go. There's Darmanitan. Get drunk and forget. Nah, I probably won't drink. I don't really like to drink. Go to England. Okay, after William Valls, we have San A. Hey, mister, 10 chilly rains. 10 chilly rains, huh? Vacation equals no stream. I sent a message on Discord for Diglett Roll. Perfect. We'll get that taken care of then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Hello, mister. How you been? What's up, Targon's Tavern? I've been doing all right. What do you do with the cats when you go on vacation? Put out extra food? That's what we did last time. The one cat threw up all over the house. All right, there we go. Oh. How about that hour change? Well, it was pretty tough yesterday night. Easy today now. It's really just one day that it screws up. Sleep. Mister, what's your favorite Kirby game? I never really liked Kirby, actually. I thought Kirby was kind of boring. Boring or too easy, or both. Okay, Mr. San, let's see what you got. Yeah, I never got into Kirby. Here's Scolipede. Here's Kabfu. We've got Furfrau. Here's Urshifu. We got Sneasel. They did away with daylight savings in certain states like Georgia. Really? Wow. How does that work then? So strange. Look at that Blissey. Path to the Peak. I don't think that makes sense because everyone runs off of like a global time, right? Like an internet clock. And, oh look, reverse hollow Gengar. Like you're not telling me that the time in Georgia is an hour behind us right now, are you? Heart attacks always spike after daylight savings. They should get rid of it. Mr. Reverse is possible. I probably do every now and then. Paul Anderson. Oh my God. Google it. Let's see. Rise in heart attacks after daylight savings. A 2019 report found a higher risk of heart attacks after both time changes, but particularly during daylight savings. This is because of interruptions to the circadian rhythm that can impair focus and judgment. A 2020 study found that fatal traffic accidents increased by 6% during daylight savings time. Dude, it's the dumbest thing we do. There's a lot of young people who have turned 18 now or older. We need to all vote out these boomer rules on, daylight savings. Why has it not happened? How is it so hard to change something that's so clearly stupid? Even when I was younger, I was confused by daylight savings. All right, now you lose an hour today. Why? Why? So the sun is different at the different time of the day. Who cares? Just wake up at a different time. The time is arbitrary. But, yeah, I don't know. That's really dumb. Just so you can get an hour back, like way later in the year. So, half a year later, you get an hour back. So one day is an hour shorter and one day is an hour longer. That's like the dumbest thing we do. Just get rid of it. All right, Sansan says he's got a large bag. Mr. Sansan. That Gengar tongue, though, says Alex. Things that don't make sense. Daylight savings. I mean, I could be convinced otherwise. Trump will get reelected. I can't wait, says Christian. I think there's a possibility for it if he doesn't die of a stroke first. Power companies created daylight savings, mister. Screw those power companies. They should keep it where it is now. I like the extra hour of daylight. Let's turn this music down a little bit. It's kind of loud. Alexander McKay says 2 Star Wars Galaxy 1s. Okay, let's go grab that. All you young people, we got to start voting more, man. 5 battle regions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want a politician to come in and be like, here's all the stupid things we do that we're going to fix if the young people vote for us. And then we should just go vote for them. Have you heard about the Havana syndrome? Yeah, U.S. diplomats, they return home with like problems in their ear and in their head. They have like flu-like symptoms and stuff like that. And they think that is some kind of sonic weapon that is being used to attack our diplomats or whatever they are. So it's some kind of little sneaky spy weapon to hurt them. Yeah, I've heard of that, but nobody really knows for sure what it is, right? All the young people feel like they don't have a legit vote. I don't think that's true. I think it's probably just lazy. Come on, let's be honest. It's probably just lazy. Here's, I think if young people felt like, there were enough young people voting one way that we could potentially cause a different outcome in politics. Right-winged? What about chicken-winged? Chicken-winged. Remember Xbox 360s being super loud? I was wondering if that was Havana syndrome. What? Got the birthday droids. All right, no job of the button here. I was one of them, lazy, and they just don't matter. Don't know how a collective could change the country. The leaders are chosen. We don't choose them. That's why every president is related. That's right. They're the new royalty. We just didn't know it. There's some truth to that, George Bush, George W. Bush. That's a good question. Yeah, the Obamas next. You'll have Miss Obama. She could run. Then he's got 2 daughters, right? Barack Obama's got 2 daughters. They could run. Political families. It's basically like royalty. And Donald Trump's got kids too. They could try to run. Look at that, Misty. Damn. Alexander McKay sniping the Misty. Great job, man. This is like the chase card in the set, right? The Dems picked Joe Biden potatoes to represent them. Yeah. It's crazy, man. It's really crazy. It was obvious there was something not right with him during the primaries, right? He would talk and just screw up all the time. You could see him in real time lose his train of thought because he has like mild dementia or whatever it is. He can't recall things from memory. That's what that is. It's a failure to recall things from memory. And it's part of getting old. As you get old, your brain fails. Just like any organ in your body, it wears out and it fails. And he's struggling with that. I have sympathy for him on that. Doesn't mean that he should run the country. But they still voted him in. They said, yeah, he's got this. He's going to get rid of student debt and make the world better. And it's like, it's a total catastrophe right now instead. It's like the opposite of better. It's like way, way worse. Alexander McKay, AL. All right, but at least he was politically correct. So that's good. Look at this. Law, you believe that was a real vote? I do. I think it was a real vote. I do think that the Republicans are probably never going to accept the outcome of the election because we had a change to the way the game is played. So like imagine you're playing a sport like football or soccer or whatever you like, and you got two teams, and one team says we're going to do mail-in votes, and the other team says we don't agree with that rule, but it gets pushed through anyways, and then the team that didn't agree with it loses. They're never going to accept their loss. They're going to be like, you guys cheated. You guys changed the rules. So it's like any game. If you change the rules and half the people playing don't agree with change to the rules, it's never going to feel like a legitimate win for the other team. That's just how it is, you know. But I do think that he did lose by not having enough votes, and Joe Biden got, you know, the majority of votes. I don't know if any kind of fraud occurred. I will say I'm not comfortable with having everyone do mail-in vote. I feel like it makes it easier for some sort of you know, election fraud to occur. So you put that, but there's other risks too. Like there, you know, we use all these machines now, and they were talking about that in that Netflix series called Ozarks, right? They were talking about how, well, can we rig the election machine? So that's a big topic, and it makes you question like how much you trust those electronic machines not to be tampered with. So that's a big thing to think about for the future and future elections. Okay, now we've got Coeli Jimenez. Hello, mister. Can I use whatever I have in store credit on a box of Shiny Star V? You sure could. Mister, I just want Joe Byron to tell me my hair smells good. So Joe Biden won with the most voters in the history of electoral voting? It's possible. I mean, maybe a lot more people voted because it was very easy to vote. When you have to get up and stand in line to vote, don't you think you might skip voting? But when you can sit on your couch and just fill out a little form and put it in the mailbox, you might vote. So mail-in voting favors people who are too lazy to stand in line. And there you go. You know what I mean? Coeli. Well, Coeli, it says you got $29 here. All right. Actually, it says you got this card too. What's up with that? All right. So 135 and 29 according to those cards. Let me just do a little calculation. 135 plus 29 is 164. So it says you have $164. And now we're going to jump over to, you said Star V, right? So we're going to jump over to Shiny Star V. It's really cool. It says $15 per each. Divide that by 15. And it looks like we can do 11 packs for you. Technically 10.9, so we're just going to bump it up to 11. Okay? All right. Yeah, so it's a curious thing, isn't it? Because the easier you make voting, the more you're going to get people who are too lazy to vote. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I find that fascinating because maybe it says a little bit about who's voting for each party, since the Democrats are pretty aware that mail-in voting benefits their party, and Republicans are pretty aware that it makes it harder for them to win when there's mail-in voting. I don't think it's all about election fraud. I think it might also have to do with like who votes. And let's say that your party was all about socialism. Let's say your party was all about handouts, right? Well, the people who are most likely to depend on handouts would be those who don't like to go to work. I'm not saying that's everyone's scenario, but I'm saying a certain percentage. You know, if we were to draw a Venn diagram, there'll be those who are down on hard times, but then there'll also be a small group that is just people who don't like to get up and do things. And that group's going to be more likely to vote if all they have to do is open a piece of mail, scribble their name down, and put it back in their mailbox. And so that maybe that favors the Socialist Party, and that would be the Democrat Party. So that's kind of a big deal. I'm pretty sure that's what both parties are thinking about, the Conservative Party and the Democrat Party when it comes to voting rules. But, you know, I actually do just agree with the reality that you're more likely to have voter fraud if it's mail-in voting. You know what I mean? Don't give me sad news. So I used mail-in voting. What happened with Coeli? Coeli says, it's not always about being lazy. Some people are actually busy. That's a very good point, Tammy. That's a fair point. It should be a national holiday to go voting, which is something I've heard the Democrats say. I actually agree with that. No one should have to go to work on the day of election. Election days should be a national holiday, just like we got a holiday for really stupid things. We got all kinds of dumb national holidays. Some of them I really like, but some of them are like totally unnecessary. And we don't have a national holiday for voting. That's something that we can change. Those are old boomer rules. We're young and we can change that. So we should change it so that on the day of voting, no one should have to go to work. Corporations can't require you to go to work. Everyone should be off on the day that we go voting so that everyone can just go get their voting done. But I do believe in, having a really secure system for voting because I think that makes people feel confident in the outcome of the election. So when somebody wins, you don't go, oh, they cheated. You can't say that because everyone's confident that they did not cheat. So that's also really important for a democracy. All right, let's see what we got. We've got, oh, it's Grooky. Boltund. Here's Eldegoss. What do you guys think? Another holiday? That's like the perfect holiday if you ask me because it's actually useful. And, maybe some people still won't vote and they'll just use it to have a day off. But that's fine. They can do that if they want. But now they won't be able to say, oh, well, I couldn't vote. I was at work. You know what I mean? So it's really, and I think the election outcomes will better reflect what people are, the people actually want. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry that, oh, well, they're trying to not get fired and pay their bills and right. It should be a paid work day. That's what it should be. A paid work day, an automatic vacation for everyone. I think that's a great idea. Here we go. We got Zation. Here's, oh, it's Calyrex and Ditto. Millions and millions of people that work on holidays. Here's, oh, Urshifu. Lapras. Still ban them. Who we banning? Here's Venusaur. Dennis for official stream clapper. He doesn't even use his hands. What? We got Pincurchin. He's so cute. I just watched a video about the urchin harvesting industry. Apparently, people harvest millions of dollars of sea urchins for their little gonads, which are edible. And so you can sell a box of urchin gonads for like $100 a little box. Rural areas don't have a lot of people, though. It should be an all-majority thing. That's literally what a vote is for, what the majority plurality wants. We have a representative system so that the more populated states don't dominate the smaller states. We're called the United States of America, and when the country was forming, the little states didn't want to join. They said, I don't want to join because every time you vote, your needs are going to supersede my needs. So we changed it so that the little states would have a little more power, not a whole lot more, by the way, but a little more say. And that's the reason they joined. Now, let's say we were to go toward a majority vote. Well, if that ever occurred, I would argue that the little states should argue to leave the United States. So a place like Missouri, which might not have as big of a population as California or New York, should say, well, we're leaving. We don't want to be part of the United States anymore. That's what should actually happen because the vote in Missouri would not matter anymore. All right, let's see. We got Urshifu and Hatena. Look at that. Hatena and Reshiram. Mister, that was for gerrymandering, not the reps and senators. But reps hardly act in good faith. Last election, cough. Sounds like more stimmy checks. Hey, I want some stimmy checks. Where my stimmy checks at? Send stimmy checks ASAP. Here's Double. I'm voting for stimmy checks. Don't the little states depend on the big states, though? That is an argument that I think people sometimes make. I don't think it's true. Actually, sometimes the big liberal cities have the highest debt in the entire union. And then what they do is they receive giant federal bailouts from the government. And we all live under the same debt. We all live under the same federal debt. So if you run up a huge deficit in Illinois and then you get bailed out by the federal government, now Missouri's on the hook for your actions in Illinois, even though we didn't benefit from the socialist policies that you had in Illinois. So it's kind of a bad deal. It's kind of a race to the bottom on how much money can each state spend and then demand that the federal government replace because they spent so much. So there's a good argument why the small states should actually leave, because it's all the big states that are saying, maybe we should enact socialist policies. It's all the big socialist states. Look at that. Some beautiful baby shinies. We got Reshiram Rainbow and Indeedee with her poo-poo ears. Mister, do you have tops 2? I wish I did. Right now we have tops 1 rainbow foils. Now the rainbow foils are the more desirable foil. So that's kind of nice. Okay, that's for Mr. Coeli. Let's grab his bag. The alderman where I live makes over $100,000 a year and has been alderman since 2011. Dude's literally a millionaire from being a politician. Well, you know, I don't hate the idea of politicians being able to earn, lots of money. It's a prestigious job. Should they be paid less than the CEOs? If they were paid significantly less than a CEO, maybe they would never enter politics. They would just go run a company. And there's actually a cost to that. The cost is that we don't get talented people in government anymore. We just get bums in politics, which is, by the way, that's what it feels like today. And those bums just run the country really badly. And the intelligent guys run the companies, and those companies become so powerful, they're like governments of their own, which is what's happened, really. So having a well-paid government isn't a terrible thing as long as they're doing a good job, but they're not doing a good job. Alexio Alvera says, pre-order, Mr. 7 double diggies. You got it, man. Glad I could make it to the stream. Haven't been here in a while. Politicians should only earn money from their own salary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We need more young, talented politicians. Ooh. Did Ben Franklin just say politicians suck off their voters? What? All right, let's go ahead and snip this up. They should be able to trade stocks, though, says Sergio. Sergio, I think what you're trying to say is that they should not be able to trade stocks. I agree. When you become a politician, you should not be able, and your family, your immediate family should not be in stocks, because that is a very clear-cut conflict of interest. Anyone who doesn't understand how people investing in stocks also get to write the rules for how those companies are regulated isn't a conflict of interest. People who don't see that, you're missing out on a really big problem in politics right now. It's crazy that we're only now talking about it and more aware of it. It's because people started noticing how much money Nancy Pelosi was making in the stock market. They said, wait a second, Nancy Pelosi gets to write the rules for these tech companies, but she also invests in the tech companies and is making her fantastically wealthy. How can we expect Nancy to do what's right for the American people when she's doing what's right for her pocketbook? You know what I mean? She couldn't allow these companies that she's heavily invested in to fail, because that would be her money that would go down the tubes. So she's not allowed to put harsh regulation on the tech companies. And maybe that's what we, the people, would benefit from. Maybe the tech companies should have to pay us for our data. Maybe the tech companies just shouldn't be allowed to track us at all. Maybe the tech companies are a monopoly and they should be broken up like Microsoft was in the past. You know, and that's just not going to happen if your top politicians are all multimillionaires invested in those tech companies. They're never going to break those tech companies up because they're getting rich off of them. So that's actually a huge conflict of interest, and we need to vote to change that. Again, young people, there's all these dumb boomer rules right now. We're better at communicating than our parents were because we have social media, and we have enough voting power that we can start striking this stuff down. That's a big one. We just need to just straight outlaw these guys from being able to own stock while they're in office. It would probably change a lot of things. Alexio Alvarez. It's kind of like how the Bush family was heavily involved with the arms companies, and they were writing up arms contracts for the war in Iraq and the war in in Afghanistan. So they were writing up all these war contracts with the companies they're invested in or working for. You know, they might have had family members working for them. That's total insanity. It's a huge conflict of interest. They were literally just enriching themselves off of the war. All right, let's go find your baggie, Alexio. Mr. Alexio. They were enriching themselves off of the war, and we were just sitting back and not really talking about it or aware of it. It's super slimy. It should be confiscated, to tell you the truth. I mean, it just shouldn't be allowed at all. The American people should say, you know what? You broke the rules. You enriched yourself. off of the war, and the war was actually horrendous. Not only did it cost the American people trillions of war machine, but also you killed all these people in the Middle East, and for what? Basically for nothing. Terrorism's fine, still around. You've got all these groups that super purely hate America now. We lost Afghanistan. Afghanistan never turned into anything that we were hoping, I guess, to, I don't know, like country build or something like that. It never worked out. Where's your bag, man? Searching for your bag. Oh, you got your own box. My God. Alexio with the box. Here we are. So, we killed all these world leaders. We invaded their countries, killed a bunch of world leaders, killed a bunch of innocent people, right? They were like the Obama drone strikes. Remember that? We spied on the American people with the Patriot Act, and then we enriched the Bush-Cheney family like crazy because they were heavily, and the Clinton family too, by the way. So it wasn't just Bush. It was a bunch of political families who were invested in the war machine who made a lot of money. Oh, also, a lot of Americans died. Nicholas Richardson, 5 brilliant stars. A lot of our military soldiers died in those pointless wars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, imagine you lost your leg fighting in Afghanistan just to watch Biden hand it back to the Taliban, and a bunch of Marines died in the process too. So it's like, I'd be in tears. I'd be like, what was the point of my life? Mr. Nicholas, let's get these. Now, I know the purpose of my life. Pokemon cards. Nicholas Richardson. But yeah, you got these soldiers who go through these horrifying traumatic experiences. They lose their vision, they lose their legs, they lose their arms. They kill other people. Imagine you're shooting some guy in another country down. You're the invader. That's his homeland. So you're, brutally murdering him because you were told to, because, I don't know, the righteousness of the American government. And then you come home and you just hand it back to the Taliban. There you go, Taliban. So that's what happened. It was a much bigger tragedy than you guys probably. If you're too young, you don't realize how big of a deal it was. It was a really big deal. Basically, the fall of any sort of moral high horse we had, like, oh, all of this mattered and we're improving the Middle East, and nope, none of that. All of it was a huge waste. Trillions of dollars. All these soldiers are dead. We gave away $90 billion of our high-tech military equipment to the Taliban. And then right afterwards, Putin invades because he knows we're decimated after that. He's like, you guys got no moral standing at all right now. None of the American people want to go to war. So Nicholas Richardson says, I have a bag. Let's go find it. He knew. He's like, this is it. This is my chance. Dalziel. He probably just sitting back thinking, wouldn't it be nice to invade? Take back Ukraine. If you can look up who were before and after T-Rich TV's order yesterday, we can find a timestamp for him for where his order should be. What's up, Dennis? Yeah, so he's still feeling like his order didn't get taken care of. Maybe we can look into his bag, but if he didn't get, because I'm pretty sure I opened up 3 live customs for him, and I went, ooh, those are cold. But I could be wrong. I feel like I did that. Tyler Nix, Trevor Glisson. Let's see, let's check the other box. Team Rocket Grunt, Tyler Ward, Trenton Burton. That's first we gotta find your bag, huh? Tyler Davis, Tyler Lambert. Can't remember. We didn't create a new T-box, did we? Kitchen with Pack. Here's Tyler. Trey, Tortillo, Tendenberg, Theodore, Tito, title optional. Where did we put your bag? I'm looking for Taven Richardson. It's just not in there. Oh, right. We created a new box. Yes. Okay. So there is a new T box. And you're definitely in here, aren't you? Tom Lamuth, Travis. Nope, not in here. Where did we put you? You wouldn't be sitting out on the table. Did you order shipping with your order? Quelly. I read the price of oil went down today. Yeah, probably because it was so high already. Oh, I'm such a goof. Your bag is the very first bag in the tea box. I think my brain was not expecting that. So your bag was the very first bag in the tea box. So Mr. Taven, you know what that actually tells me? When your bag is in the very front, it means you were the last bag that I actually took care of, because the last person whose order was taken care of is always placed in the front. That's how it works. And people, so it gives me an idea of how old your bag is. And so here is a Mareep and a Zubat. I believe I gave you a Zubat after you had a bad round in the live customs. Are these new? Do you recognize these? I come here for the bag hunts. So I gave you a Zubat out of the poker cards because you had a bad round. I said, ooh, that sucks. Usually I do that when somebody strikes out on like 2 to 3 live customs in a row. Let me know if you recognize them before we do a hunt for your order, because that takes a long time. Jonathan Cardenas says 5 chili willies. 5 chili willies. 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, Jonathan. When is XY Evolutions coming back? It's coming back when it comes back, mister. Hello, I just want to confirm my 2 packs. My name is Lewis. Hello, Lewis. Lewis, there's always a long line to get these packs open because everyone orders at the same time. So I'm sure we'll run into your order very soon. But this one's going to be for Jonathan Cardenas. Here's fire-resistant gloves. Inkay. A 10-hour loop of Mr. Bag Hunt searching. Mareep. Porygon. Oof. Jonathan, that's a 5 cold packs. Mr. Jonathan. I don't remember those, mister, but I know you got a lot of orders, so it's okay. At least you checked for me. Yeah, again, those poker cards, if you didn't order poker cards, I can tell you where they came from. They came from the live customs, and the Zubat was an additional pull I handed out to you randomly from the box. And I do that when you get multiple cold pulls in a row. Also, the fact that your bag's in the front suggests you were the last person to receive an order with T in the name for that box. And so I suspect we did open it. I mean, I have a vague memory of doing it. The thing is, sometimes that vague memory is totally made up. So in the past, I've had a false memory. But again, I'm pretty sure we did actually take care of that one. It's just hard to find because when we open live customs, how fast is it? I go 1, 2, 3, done, and then I move on to the next order. So a live custom order can take like 10 seconds to fulfill. Like, so we got Kelsey Powell here, and he ordered a live custom, and let's see how fast we take care of a live custom. It's literally like this. Oh, a cold one. And then the box goes up, and he's done. So that's like 5 seconds in a stream that could be like 5 hours long. It's really hard to find sometimes. So, Kelsey, you're the first guy to order a live custom today. Let's get you some bonus ones, okay? All right, you're going to get some bonus poker cards. Thanks, Kelsey. You got Hitmonchan, Golem. False memories are such an interesting concept. Yeah. Oh, look at that little Sandrew. That's so cute. All right, that's all for you, Mr. Kelsey, along with your Ammonite. We need more Adventure Time packs. Yeah, we're going to get some more Adventure Time packs. It sounds like people are interested in them. Kelsey's got a K box. A K bag, not box. Here we are. I don't know why I'm still up. It's 1 a.m. where I live. Always hope everyone's doing well. I guess so. I fell asleep, so I have no way of knowing for sure. Thanks for all your guys' help, though. Okay, now we got Tammy Lowe, Neo 2, Pichu. Extra 5 just in case. All right, let me go ahead and put that Pichu. Let me go ahead and remove it from the slab channel. He's a cutie, isn't he? Tammy saw it and she said, wait a second, I didn't even realize I wanted it. I appreciate the $5, Tammy. I see what you're doing, though. You realize somebody else could have been watching and done the same thing. It's like an insurance policy. to make sure you don't get sniped. Okay, there we go. Miss Tammy, this adorable Pichu. You want to see him? That's actually a reverse foil, which I find really impressive. It must be hard to grade 10 on a reverse foil. Yeah, I actually lost $30 on this too. Sold this one at a loss. Really interesting. Here you go, Tammy. Miss Tammy. He's so cute. I know. Big T Exotic says, 6 packs of brilliant stars. You got it, man. Thunder Pulse Network. He says, I love Pichu. Pichu! One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Mudkip Gold Star, an underrated card. I mean, he last sold for like 5,000. That doesn't sound underrated to me. It sounds like he went for thousands of dollars. You're saying it should have gone for like 10? I own one, so if you want him to sell for 10, so do I. But I don't even like Mudkip. I only own him because I have the Rocket collection. I'd love to have one of those Torchic 10s, but I can tell you I'm not paying $55,000 for them. No way. No way. I'd rather have 2 more Gold Star Charizards for $25,000 each than 1 Torchic. I don't care if it's pop 15. Just too expensive. Big T's got Gloria. Cleansing Gloves. It's a Torchic, dude. Torchic. It's a little chicken. Not spending $55,000 on a chicken. Here's Roseanne's backup. God, I'd like to pay less than $25,000 for a Torchic Gold Star 10. If I could pay $20,000 for one, that would make more sense because it's like, why would I ever pay more than the price of a Gold Star Charizard for a Torchic? Oh, well, because there's only 15 of them. I don't care. Big T with the B. People do be crazy about the pop count, though. People seem to care about that a lot. I care about it to a degree. I feel like, you know, if something has a population under 100 or at 100, it's already so low in population that just a group of guys can control the population on that card. So it's not a big deal. You know, eventually somebody could hold all 100 of that card. It wouldn't be that hard to do that. Brandon, Benjamin, Brian Locke. Mister, do you think that Galarian Moltres V you pulled for me can grade 10? I don't know. That's a good question. But my common card that's a PSA 1, low pop. I would eat a Torchic. Fried Torchic or barbecue. Yeah, sometimes people make that argument. It's the only PSA 7 of this card. Like, who cares? But that's a totally different issue. In this case, the Torchic is not a PSA 7 that we're referring to. It's actually PSA 10, and it's like pop 15 or something. Michael Cahal. What's up, Michael Cahal? 5 Vivid Voltage and Alive. All right, Michael. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have a small bag with a Merlin sticker in it so far. All right. Let's get you that live custom. Snow Runt. What a runt. Yep. If that Torchic was cheaper, I'd consider it. I think I was willing to pay 30 for it. I was willing to pay 30 for it. I don't even feel like I want to pay 30, to be honest. I like the Team Rocket Returns collection. That is literally the only reason I'm interested in the Torchic. Only reason. My favorite card from the Team Rocket Returns collection, definitely that Dragonite. The Dark Dragonite's insane. And there's one for sale for like 5K. I mean, at 55,000, if I could get all those Dragonites for 5K a piece, I could buy like, 11 of them? You know what I mean? I'd rather just hold 11 of those guys. Here's Jirachi. Ooh. And Electric. And Colossal Hyper Rare. Not bad, man. Michael, that was a pretty valuable round of 5. Master Set's too expensive these days. All right, Mr. Michael. Michael with an M. Got Michelle Jones. How about over here? We're looking for Michael Cowhall, but he's just got a little bag. Aha, here we are. All right. Now we've got Madison Payne, who says, first of all, I need to cancel my slab away if possible, and then 3 adventure times, 3 slime packs, and rent a girlfriend. I have a bag. What's up, Madison Payne? Let's go find the slab that we're canceling. If I can find it. Oh, maybe it was very recently ordered. I have a little stack over here because it wasn't in the box. Is it right here? It's weird. Let me, I didn't see it right away. Let me check the slab away channel and see what card it was. Help me find it. Okay, so Madison Payne says Mimic You. Oh, all right, give me a minute. I'm familiar with this one, so it's got to be here. Weird. Let me check here real fast. Oh, I just can't find it. Weird. I'm gonna do one more search. I know you guys are waiting patiently to see more cards open. But I got this other box, so let me just check in this other box real fast. Possible that it got missorted. Oh, I found it. Okay, it was just missorted. Yeah, we found it. Sorry about that, guys. I know that took a while. So what happened was the card that Madison Payne put into slab away got cheaper. Okay, well, it's really simple to cancel this one. We just remove the post. There you go, Madison. There's a $20 cancellation fee, but in this case, you hadn't paid $20 toward the card, so we're just going to not worry about that. And all right, well, you're clear of that. Madison wants 3 Adventure Times, 3 slime packs, and 2 Rent-A-Girlfriends. Turn this music back up. A. Perez says, ooh, woo. All right, we put that to the side. So 3 Adventure Times. Here's 3 Adventure Times. 3 slime packs. 1, 2, and 3. And I'll get you the bonus card too here. I'll get you the promo. I can see Mister through the Charmeleon. Hey, that's me. 2 Rent-A-Girlfriends. Yes, I looked it up. We're actually running low on Rent-A-Girlfriends. You guys really opened that many. Do I have any Tyranitar slabs? I could probably get you one. Maybe not. I don't think I do. Okay, you ready? All the girlfriends have been rented. That's right. Can I rent some boyfriends? Says Alan Donut. That's right. Are you shirtless right now? Said Mr. A. Perez. I'm totally shirtless. Here's In a Meeting Shuna. Here's Inherited Form Rimuru. And finally, Warm Welcome Rimuru. Yeah, sometimes a card suddenly moves down in price. Sometimes that doesn't last, too. Could be a temporary thing. Here's Waiting Impatiently Sumi. Say Aruka. We've got Apple Bully, Black Paladin, and Uni Knight. Genie Ghost, Silo of Justice, and Black Paladin. Here's Silo of Justice, Blue Slimy, and Log Knight. I wish I still had the app for this. I'd play some Card Wars for you guys, show you the app. I think I deleted the app, and then the app was like discontinued or something like that. They removed it from the App Store. They should have kept it in the App Store. It was a lot of fun. The Blue Shiny, Blue Slimy, Silo of Justice. Okay. Here's the Silo. Here's Black Paladin. Oh, I appreciate you guys getting me to 100 likes. What do you guys want me to do as a result of getting us to 100 likes? Sometimes I do a little thing for the audience, like a slab rotation or a line shout out or something like that. Here's Apple Bully. Look at that Apple Bully. Free roll call. Dance on camera. Let me put this into Madison Payne's bag. Manuel, Matthew, Maximilian, Madison Payne. Did you have a bag? You had a bag. Send some smooches. I'll give you a like for getting 100 likes. See if we can find Madison. Open a random pack for yourself. Aha, Madison Payne. You got a large bag, Madison. I think we'll move you to a larger box. So you're going to get moved over to a huge box. All right. So now we've got Kip F. 2 Opus 1 packs for our friend Kip. Oh, let's do the roll call. So we're on Kip, and I'm going to go ahead and refresh. All right, there we go. So I'll go ahead and mark this. Here's the list. Terrence Womack, Dylan Cranfield, Nicholas Gruber, Michael Pings, Jordan Natividad, Alan Duarte, Justin Thompson, Devin Barales, Chris Acevedo, Devin Barales again, Jedian Mailua, Liam Strawford, Daniel Asencio, Aiden Benz, Luis Gonzalez, Christopher Goldtrap, Alexander McKay, Christopher Goldtrap again, Sarah Chand, Ruben Rodriguez, and then Mark Martinez. So that's the list. Easy Sunday list. Not like those last 2 days that were absolutely decimating. There was so much. We got Gibble. Aw, look at that big print line right in the middle. Sorry, man. Warrior Light, Lightning, and Layla. Layla? Okay, that's pack number 1. And pack number 2, we've got Gilgamesh, Leviathan, Duke, Brynhilder, and Laguna. Who's a legendary? It's Monday now, says Devin. Monday. Okay, you also got a Tifa. What happened with the adventure times? What? You mean adventure times? So Mr. Kip. People were going crazy. Everyone spent their money in the last 2 days. Yeah, probably a little bit. Terrence Womack. 12 brilliant stars for Terrence Womack. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This music makes me want to play Wind Waker. Heavy Windfall Island vibes. All right, Mr. Terrence. You ready? A lot of brilliant stars, man. Sleep. When is Mr. going to use his PTO for a day off? I don't know, man. Ban any one speaker. Wind Waker music is hard to beat. Wind Waker is pretty good. Wind Waker was such a great game. I remember when I bought the game, I had no idea what a treat I was in for. Real strong memories of playing that game. Here's Shroomish. Here's Gabite. Purloin and Granbull. Look at this Granbull. He looks so tough. I never played a Zelda fully. I played, I think the first Zelda I played fully was Wind Waker. I didn't get to play the Nintendo 64 Zeldas. My dad got rid of our Nintendo 64 because he didn't agree with us playing so many games. How far is your nearest strip club? There's 2 strip clubs out here. I don't know how far away they are because I've never been to them. But they are in Osage Beach side, so at least 30 minutes. It's because Osage Beach is 30 minutes from here. We're in Sunrise Beach. Spiritomb. Here's Eevee. We got Garchomp and Buizel. Staravia. And Zarude. Good save, mister. What did I save? The Missouri Wildcats is the best strip joint in the state. For what, Anthony? Leave me alone before I ask. What are you guys talking about? All right, Mr. Terrence, he says he has a bag. Let's see if we can find that bag, Terrence. What do you think? I like how you open the packs, man. Never seen that before. We open them nice and fast. Because we got so many to open. If I can just find this guy. probably checking every box except for the one he's in. You know, there's 4 T boxes now, total of 4. Not wild. Four boxes, and I still can't find them. I go through the 4 boxes, I still can't find them. That's because my method of searching is to check the front of the box. That's where active buyers are always hanging out. They don't hang out in the back of the box. That's because that would suggest they're returning after a long period of time. Rocket grunt. Oh man, it's really frustrating when you can't find a bag quickly. Have you seen they've already got Elden Ring speedruns down to less than 30 minutes? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. Although I want to know what that speedrun would be like if they completed every boss without using any cheats. So I'd like to know how long that speedrun takes. I think it's interesting that guys figure out how to like cheese the game using glitches. So that's cool. But if you really want to enjoy a speedrun of the game, it really ought to be a glitchless run. You know what I mean? All right, Terrence, I couldn't find your bag. Where could Terrence's bag be hiding, huh? I'm going to go ahead and create a second bag for you, Terrence. We got to keep the live stream moving. Man, why was that so frustrating? I feel like I've seen your bag, Terrence. I feel like I saw it like 10 seconds ago, and now it's not showing up. We'll just say 2 here. So you got 2 bags. All right. We love 2 bags. Dylan Cranfield. 2 Chili Rains. Dude, that drives me nuts when we can't find a bag. 2 battle regions. I think the reason why it's so frustrating is because you put in a lot of effort to find it, and then you're still having to look for it because it never got found. It's like doing a lot of work for nothing. Terrence, where's your bag hiding? All right. Oh my God, Alex. That's a hollow. And oh, look, it's Starmie and Chandelure. Coming out of 1 pack. How about these Chili Willies? Ooh, Blaziken. Oops. The correct way to say my name is J. Dean. I got used to everyone saying my name wrong, so nowadays I just tell them. J. Dean. Sounds good, man. I'll try to remember that. J. Dean. Do you mean Jaden or J? Yeah, he says J. Dean. J. Dean? Oh, maybe you mean J. Dean. All right, you got it, J. Dean. Mr. J. Dean. In the other tea box. I know, right? Where's that other tea box? Where did that go? J. Dean. Maybe it's J. Dean. Like that. Like you say it quickly. Dylan Cranfield. Mr. Dylan. Here we are, Mr. Dylan. I like that. I like when we find a bag like in 2 seconds. Without checking prices, what would you think is a fair price for a base set 2 Charizard? I'm curious. I don't know. Base set 8. I have PSA 8, base set 2. How much would I pay for one of those? Maybe like $120. Okay, now we got Nicholas Gruber. Bulk grading on my Rainbow Arceus. Sounds good, man. And 10 Fusion Strikes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we got 10 fusions. This is for Nicholas Gruber. Master Nick. Let's start by finding your bag, Nicholas. Here's Gertis, here's Gruber. You know, I was expecting you to have a gigantic bag for some reason. Maybe you had one in a past life. Oh, look at that, guys. Ooh. go. And we need a sleeve. Are those slabs for sale? That's right. They're all for sale. Aren't they pretty? Thanks, Nicholas. Let me put this into bulk grading now. Buy now before they sell out. Sleep. It says the raw current value is going for 220. For a base set 2 Charizard? Why? I don't know about that, man. That might be what they're saying. That's not how I feel about them. Why would I spend that much on base set 2 when I could go after, like, first edition Charizard and just get him in a low grade? I'd rather spend $4,000 picking up a first edition Charizard than a couple hundred on, like, base set 2. Here's Celebi. Look at that wonderful Celebi. We got Frostmoth. Oh, man, that's a nice snipe on that Celebi. You're just having lots of luck, aren't you, Nicholas? Sharpedo. Grapplocked. We've got Breloom. Look at this Breloom. Lovely Breloom. Nobody's going to grade Breloom, though. Let's be honest. You might grade Lucario, though. He's kind of cool. First edition or bust. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd rather buy the unlimited Charizard before base set 2 Charizard. Base set 2 is such a bad set, dude. Not a fan of base set 2. Base set 2 is like, it's a perfect example of Pokemon printing too much. They said, oh, we ran out of printing base set unlimited. Let's go ahead and print base set 2 now. And I think that was a poor choice for them. They shouldn't have done that. He was just a boy. You shouldn't have done that. Donate V's and Hollows, says Nick G. Really? Do you want these donated? I mean, you got to keep the Lucario. He's kind of nice. Lucario's popular. Obviously, Breloom. Nobody cares about Breloom. Let's see. You know, I don't think Zarude's very popular either. Mimikyu's kind of cool, but Drampus not popular. Simisear's definitely not popular. Never heard someone simp over those. So those are some V's. You got your good ones in here, but we kept the Lucario in your bag because Lucario's kind of nice. People like Lucario. Nobody's simping for Simisear. I appreciate the donations. We'll put these V cards into the pity pools pile for people who have tough luck, and I'm sure they'll get eaten up right away. We never have enough of these. Okay, Michael Ping says, please put this toward my slab away. You got it, mister. $50. This is going to be 108.5. Okay. After Michael Pings, we have Jordan Natividad. 5 Evo Skies for Jordan Natividad. Just North says, can I ask a question? No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We just couldn't have that. We just couldn't have that. 10 Chili Willies. All right, let's get those 10 Chili Willies. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 10 Chili Willies. 5 to the Ice Chicken. Wow, that's really nice. And George says, donate my hollows. Jordan, you're too nice. I sent an extra 20 on my order. Can I add on a breakpoint box break? Oh, definitely. Definitely. Oh. Oh, I messed it up. Look, it goes 301, 298, 296, and then I jumped back to 300 by accident. So this is actually 261. We're at 261 on the bird. My bad. Look at that. So it says 300 over here, and then right here, I jumped from 2 to 3 by accident in the hundreds. We fixed it, though, so we're back down to 261, where we should be. We're at 261 on the bird. Wow. Pretty close, man. It's funny none of you guys caught that. Maybe it's because we don't see the bird enough. Okay, Jordan. I'm always making some error like that. Such an easy error to make. 261. That bird's just about ready to go. Sneap. Dennis says, dang, so close. How's it going, Emily? All right, there we go. So time to pull some hot ones. We got Whirlipede. Here's the Aura. Would be nice if I won. I'd keep it forever, says Alex. I think the bird slab was a great idea, by the way. He's, you know, back when I chose him, a lot of people were groaning. They're like, oh, man, he's too expensive. He's going to take forever. But now that we're actually pretty close, it's kind of exciting, right? Now that we're in the $260 range, now we're going, ooh. Licking our lips, going, nom, nom, nom. How will the bird work when it's paid off? So I will, the moment it's done being paid off, we will immediately open a giveaway channel, and you will just need to be here at that time. If you're not here, you will not get a chance to be in the giveaway, okay? You just got to be here when we activate it. And there's not going to be like a big shout out. There's not going to be a video. Oh, don't miss out on the Articuno giveaway. It will be hosted from Pokestand Marketplace, though, okay? So if you're not in that Discord, you need to join because you will need to be able to guess a number in one of the channels on that Discord server. So we'll basically open a giveaway channel, and you'll guess a number between like 1 and probably 100 or something like that. And then you'll just have to jump in there and make your guess. Ooh, Golurk alternative art. Nice, man. Really cool looking card. I think you had one of those. Oh, I dropped it. Oh my God. All right. Well, we can't have that. We're going to have to get you a bonus card. I can drop a holo. I can drop a V card, but I can't be dropping a nice card. I'll get you a little bonus card for dropping your card. What do I have? Do I have a card I can give out? This is kind of nice. All right, Jordan Natividad, you get the little bonus because I dropped an actual card that you're not supposed to drop. I'm sure it's fine, by the way. What did it drop, like a centimeter? Literally just fell out of my hands. That's pretty silly. It's pretty rare, actually, for me to drop any kind of valuable card. That's because when I pull them, I hold them more carefully. Party foul. All right, so we'll get you a little bonus card as a result. So that's for Jordan. Thanks for all the holos, Jordan. Keeps your bag small, keeps the table more manageable. Really appreciate that. I think you're in this box. Joey Barton's in this box. Jordan Estrada's in this box. Oh, maybe you were in the first box. Oh my God, you were in here. And actually, you have some holos in here too. I'm going to confiscate these holos right in the front. You can see your bag's gotten really large over time. All right. Yeah, he's one of those nice little Charizard promos from Champion's Path. He's cool. All right. Now we've got Alan Duarte. 2 live customs and a 25th promo. Now, wait a second. 2 live customs would be $40, and a 25th promo would be $28. And a battle region, I think you did your math wrong, Alan. Let me check and see if you corrected it later. All right, so Alan Duarte, your order's not right mathematically. You sent 54. I'll do a little math for you. I'm going to allow you to open your live customs because they could be hot. I don't know. So I wouldn't want you to miss your hot pulls. If they're cold, well, you would have just gotten that anyways if the math had been right. But the other packs we're going to hold off on. So you sent 54, but you are actually... How much are the battle regions? Aren't they like 7? So I think the amount you were supposed to send is 75. So 75 minus 54 is 21. Let me just check and make sure he did not have like store credit or something. So maybe he had store credit and he wasn't explaining that part. No, that's not the case. I didn't see store credit for him in there. So you're short $21. Okay, let's start by opening up the live customs then. So you ordered 2 of these. You ready? 1 Scolipede and 2. Well, they were cold. I'm sorry, man. So the live customs were cold. And now you have 35. No, you don't have $35 left over. You have $14 left over. So he has $14. All right, Alan, I'm going to create a card for you. I was hoping the live custom would be hot for you, but I guess it wasn't this time. Sorry, man. All right, now you got store credit. It's all those boyfriends he rented. What are you talking about? All those girlfriends? Justin Thompson says, hello to all, 10-star berth. All right, you got it. Jordan's box break. Michael Jordan's here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, that's 10-star berth. Don't forget to add me to the box break. Oh, right, yes, so the break point. I'm sorry. I even said I'd do that. We got Jordan. Not TV Dodd. Ha-ha! And 10 Eevee Heroes. Oh, did I mention Eevee Heroes are back in stock? So we got Eevee Heroes restocked. Did you get your girlfriend preggers, says Alex? Who are you talking to? Not me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, lovely. All right. Hello, can I have a carrot like the other people? A carrot? I would like 10 carrots. All right, go ahead and trim this up. Snip. What's Japanese box break? Huh? What are we talking about? 1 carrot. There we go. I'd like a carrot as well. 1 carrot. Justin Thompson, are you ready? Here goes. We got Eldegoss. We got, oh look, it's Leafeon. I'll take 1 carrot, please. 1 Pokemon carrot. Oh, Leafeon full art. Beautiful. Okay, cold. Entei. I like Pokemon carrots. How's the large main list? Getting pretty close. 5 spots away from being done. I have the next large prepared, ready to go. Here's Fleuges. We got AG Slash. I call dibs on all the good carrots. Oh my God. Cold. Cynthia. Damn, pulling Cynthia on those star berth. Very lucky round for you, Mr. Justin. Can I have a carrot like the other people? Here's Honch Crow. Caca. All right, you think you can just come in here and take all the nice ones? Come on, Justin. Cold and Dusk Noir. Don't forget to drop a like. Keep the channel. All right. Boop. After Vivid Voltage, I despise Aegislash. So Justin says he has a small bag. Let's go find it. Would you buy a Diamond Blastoise for 100K? Oh, I'm going to buy a Diamond Blastoise. How's the Rising Rivals break updated any spots? Yes, so 3 spots have sold. I think people are a little nervous. The packs are, you know, it's a modern box. The packs are $250 a piece. And it's a set that many people have never opened before. So it's kind of a scary thing to get into. Okay, now we have Devin Bareilles. I would like to ship my cards, Devin Bareilles. Okay, Devin. Devin Bareilles. I had to place 3 different orders, issued all equal to 1 Rent-A-Girlfriend booster and shipping. Okay, give me a second. Let me take a quick look. Okay, he's right. 1 box of Rent-A-Girlfriend for Devin Bareilles. Did someone slab away the first edition Charizard yet? There's been a request. Somebody wanted to start out by trading their bag of pulls to me. I saw that. I feel like I'd be uncomfortable doing that. Need to sell the bag of cards. It'd be much easier if you were trading me slabs for it, to be honest. Do you have a Topps Charmander PSA 10? I do, actually. All right, let's get started. We have opened up a metric ton of these Rent-A-Girlfriends. I keep forgetting people sleep during the night. I'll take a bag of cards, $5. A bag of carrots. Mister, just checking. I ordered 4 more packs last night after my first 4, and I wanted to check, did you open them? Caleb, it's really your responsibility to watch the stream and know. I can't do this every time, guys. I understand though, you're just trying to find out, so I really appreciate you hanging out and looking. I don't want, okay, let me say it this way. I don't want to become the method of figuring out whether or not your cards got open or not. I want to know that you went and you did quite a bit of searching yourself before you throw in the towel. So I don't know if you've done that yet. That's because when we're live, I got to be opening cards for other people. I can't be spending too much of the live stream looking for your previous order. You know what I mean? All right, here we go. Devin, I'm just noticing maybe you're watching me do it for other people and it's making it be like, hey, well, what about me? Did I get my cards open? So I can't do that because we got to keep that stream moving. Here's, if I missed your order, I want to get it taken care of. That's the thing. I definitely want to get it taken care of. And I have missed people's orders before. I want to make sure that you guys aren't using me to search for your cards, though. If you weren't there to watch it, I'm not saying that's what you're doing, Caleb. I'm just stating that in general, okay? I checked yesterday's video and you didn't. Sorry to be a pain. Oh, okay, no problem. So we'll figure it out. We'll start looking it up. Caleb, the first thing I need to know what your PayPal name is. So that's the first thing I need to know. Oh, nice. Devin picking up Sumi Sakurasawa. Signature card. Wow, man, we've been pulling tons of signature cards lately. Look at that. Very lucky last box, huh? And here's another full art. We got Fantasy Date Chizuru. Okay, Chizuru. We also have, here's Equally Bad Mommy. We're pulling these like candy. Right before I ship too, says Devin. I know, you were just about to give up. How much is that worth? Probably over $100. They're all really expensive, it turns out. Oh, Caleb Anushite. What's up, man? So I do remember an order for you, and you're saying you ordered 4 more and that you feel confident that I didn't open it. I think that's what you're saying. Here's You're the One, Chizuru. We've got Fantasy Date. And can you tell me what exactly was missed real quick? For the first edition Zard, will you be taking reliable buyers again like the Neo Lugia? Yeah, basically that's it. So I want to make sure that you're somebody who has the means to pay it down. I don't want you to be stuck with the large card that you can't pay down, and then you got to tell me to cancel it, and that'll waste my time too. And then you'll have to be embarrassed, and you know, that's no good. All right, so that's Devin Morales, and we've got your bag right over here. Mr. Devin, I watched you to the last minute yesterday and didn't see it. All right. I ordered another 4 packs of Brilliant Stars. Here we are, Devin Morales. $181 card, crazy. How heavy is this? All right, we got a label going. Wow, man, you went really deep for that. I can tell by all the girls in your bag. I'm so glad that you got that signature card. Whew. Perfect ending. So Caleb's saying he did not see me pull his second round of cards. Let me start by locating Caleb. I think that's the first thing we need. Okay, you must be over here. Oh, wait, we're looking at the A boxes. What am I doing? Here it is, Caleb Anderscheit. 2, 3. So here are the cards in your bag. It's looking like a pretty small bag, so it is possible that we missed. Let me go take a look at what you ordered. Just 4 more for today, please, into my bag. Great video, man, says Caleb. All right. Yeah, maybe it was near the end of the video or something. 4 more. 4 Brilliant Stars to add to my bag, and then just 4 more. Just 4 more, huh? You know what, Caleb? I wonder if maybe I didn't open them because you didn't specify what needed to be opened. Because your second message doesn't actually specify what we're opening. I bet that's what happened. The first one you say 4 Brilliant Stars, but the second one just says 4 more for today. That's probably what happened. I probably saw that and I said, oh no. So, okay, so let's get you 4 more Brilliant Stars. Give me a minute. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the actual message didn't specify what we were opening. So these must have been the previous ones. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's going to be 4. Oh, shoot, sorry. Well, whenever you can, no rush. Oh, we're going to do it right now, mister. So I grabbed you some packs from the back of the box so it doesn't affect anyone else's pulls. That's what we do when we have to pull people out of order. And let's see what you get. Yeah, I probably looked at the message and I wasn't sure what we were opening. And I probably, you know what I think happened? I bet you I was probably wondering if I could get you to tell me what you wanted. And I bet you I never wrote down a, what I should have just done is I should have just immediately written down a store credit. That's probably what I should have done. Here's Octillery. Look at that. Lovely Octillery. I'm crazy, man. I save all the packs and booster boxes. Here's Aggron. Look at that Aggron. I limited myself to 3 Charizard blister packs today. It was tough, but I need to cut back. Clang and Empoleon. No way, mister. It could be a big Charizard hit in the next pack. Open, open, open. Here we are. Thanks so much, Caleb, and sorry for missing that. And we'll go ahead and put this into your box. Okay, back to the regular line. Chris Acevedo. 1 live custom for Chris Acevedo. You ready, Chris? Here goes, Chris. Choop, 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 choop. Oh, look, it's the hit. I had a feeling the hit was going to be about there. It says 57 on it. Let's see what 57 is. Oh, it's a nice one. Peel that little strip off of it. Thank you so much, mister. I needed that aggro and Empoleon for my complete main set. Oh, nice, man. Glad to get you closer to that. Ancient Origins Giratina 10. Wow, really nice. Beautiful card. Ancient Origins get real expensive if you didn't know that. So this is real nice. Also, did you know it's hard to grade XY era cards? A lot of the times they don't grade 10. The print quality was even worse back then. That's the one-pack snipe that everyone wants. Jadian Melua, maybe it's Melua. Jadian Melua says 5 Weiss Marvel. All right, let's get you those Weiss Marvels. We got 4 here. Do I need more Marvel? Let me stand up and get more Marvel. Marvel is actually kind of solid right now. It's kind of neat. They were definitely not that popular right when we started. When we brought them in, I don't think anyone was that interested. And now people are like, yeah, I want to open up some of those Marvels. Okay, well, I actually have a whole lot of them because I ordered several cases thinking they were going to be popular. So we got plenty to go through. He's wall hacking the live customs. Now he wants a Weiss Hollow Live as well, huh? Should I grade my stamped Wasp card? Absolutely, you should grade it. Those cards are really rare, actually. So the stamped cards do not show up very often at all. The pull rate on them is very low, and you should definitely consider grading a card like that. Okay. Get some snips done. Spider-Man coming out. Mr. Nick thinks you donated Celebi. What's going on? I missed it. Nick who? We got Marvel and Phantom of the Opera. We also have Nick Gruber. Nick Gruber thinks I donated the Celebi. You mean like to the hollow pile? Like here? Or do you mean like the V cards? What are you talking about? Celebi full art from Fusion Strike. I don't understand. What do you mean by donated it? Oh my god, dude. We would have caught that. I would not have allowed that to go through. Obviously, that is not a donation card. My god. It must have been sticking to the back of that shield deck. Good catch. But we would not allow that to go through. That would not have been donated. Woo! Keep an eye on what's going on the table. I appreciate that. I'm glad you saw it. It all feels the same when you're going real fast, right? You know? So we were just trying to get the V cards donated. And I was just trying to get to the next order quickly. Yeah, you wouldn't want to donate that one. That's the actual chase pull that we're trying to hold on to. My lordies. Scaring me, mister. All right, we got Sports Girl. Look at that Sports Girl. I was like, wait. Yeah, we wouldn't have allowed that to go through. Because what would have happened was, eventually I would have ran into that in the pity pulls pile. And I've been like, who donated a, you know, nobody donates a Celebi. And I'd been like, oh, no. This does not belong here. The only problem is I think I probably wouldn't have known who it belonged to. I probably would have remembered it was you, actually, yeah. I'm glad I wasn't in that scenario, though, because in the chance that I'd forgotten, like, let's say it takes too long to donate all those cards out, and then we would have ran into it later, I'd have been like, who is this again? All right. J.D.N. I'll remember that for next time. So next time when we do a donation, be real careful with how they're handled so that nothing good gets mixed in. Don't want to punish somebody for their generosity. That would be bad. So J.D.N. I got your name down like a man. The man with the plan. I'm probably still saying it wrong. How many packs are in an Adventure Time box? I think it's 24. I think there's 24 packs in a box. Here, oh, here he is. Nick was very generous. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, and thank you to the best mod, Alex. Did Alex notice it as well, or? Man, yeah, that's a big mistake to make. Now we have Liam Strawford. Morning, Mr. 5 Slimes. Be right back, donating your best card to the pity pool pile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't mind me. Oh my God. How does one become a man with a plan? Just about faking it till you make it, really. All right, you ready, Liam? Oops. Oh, picking up a full art right away. So this is definitely some kind of bad guy. Recently learned restraint. Oh no, it's not the tentacle monster. Oh no! Here's Benimaru. Full of smiles. Sweet Beauty. Ukraine biolabs now in the hands of the Russians. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't even know. We were funding the biolabs in China. I don't know if you guys remember that, but we were funding the biolabs in China. That obviously didn't work out. Oh, it was just bat soup, guys. Never mind the Wuhan lab where they're studying coronavirus. Definitely didn't come from there. Somebody had bat soup. What a lie, dude. Mr. Liam. Never mind that we're literally researching gain of function coronavirus right next to the Wuhan, right next to the wet market. That is your government officials and elites lying to you. There we go. We didn't fund that. We didn't fund gain of function. We just funded research into how we can change the function of something. Daniel says 5 hollow lives. You got it, Mr. Daniel. The blatant lying, man. Who's that? They're already saying that China is shut down from COVID right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, China recently shut down a little area where there was a COVID outbreak again. After a while, it will spike up. Mister, pull me a signature card. I'm going to pull you a signature card. Hey, mister, I sent a penny message when you have a second. Sounds good, Daisy. All governments are corrupt. There's nothing we can do about it anymore. Yeah, I agree. I think it's just in general, governments tend to become corrupt. You know, that's just how it works. People are greedy. People are power hungry. Who's that? People are ambitious. Putin's ambitious. Summer memory. She's having a memory of summer. How nice. There's so much going on in this picture. That's so inappropriate. It's perfect. You can overtake it. I started COVID by... Oh my God. Here's Necromancer Girl and Poker Girl. Okay, and this girl. Cool. So that's for Mr. Daniel. Whoop. Daniel with the DA. Good night, mister. It's time for me to go to sleep. Alex for world president. What? Now we have Aiden Benz. Hey, mister, it's been a while. I'd like 5 groovy packs of Battle Region. You got it, Aiden Benz. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6-pack fresh, vintage Japanese. All right, loving these. These really are packed fresh. Be real gentle with them. Give you a little bonus one. Okay, you got a little bonus. You got 5 of them. Okay, just handling these real softly. Now let's sleeve them up. These are some old Japanese vintage cards. Oh my god, that's rare Nido Queen. Dark Gloom. Eevee from Rocket. Caterpie from base set. Fighter Energy from base set. And War Turtle from base set. You killed it, man. It's a fantastic round, by the way. All right, you know, if these are in, if they have good centering, they have a chance at a 10. Now, they don't all have good centering. That's just kind of how it works. Some of them will be 9s, but none of those are in bad condition. Okay, now, Aiden, let's go ahead and get these packs open. Sneeps. All right, pack number 1, we've got Cleavor. Pack number 2, here is Samurott. Pack number 3, oh, that's cold. Pack number 4, that's cold. Pack number 5, Virizion. Okay, that's for Aiden Benz. Mr. Aiden Benz. Let's find your bag. You'd be in an A box. And the question is, which A box? Probably an A1 box. I have my own box, says Aiden. Oh, never mind. Aiden would have his own box. Ah, there you are. How convenient. Welcome back, Mr. Aiden, with his own box. Looks like you've ordered some of these Japanese cards before. All right, very nice. After Aiden, we have, well, let me make sure we did all. So 5 food group packs, Battle Region, 6. Yeah, we did. Now we've got Luis Gonzalez. Mr. I don't have a bag. I would like 2 Hololives. This is for Luis Gonzalez. Nice to meet you, Luis Gonzalez. We don't have 2 Luis Gonzalez's, do we? I don't think we do. Wow, I can't believe we have 240 viewers, and it's 4 a.m. on a Monday night. That's really unusual. You'd think you guys would all be getting ready to go to work. Maybe you're just up late. Maybe you couldn't sleep. Here we go. So your holo is this card right here. All right, Mr. Lewis. Lewis, let's pick out another sexy card for you. Make your bag a little larger. Here's a sexy card. Here's a sexy card. Okay, I picked out the sexy ones for you. Saw a guy regrade a PSA 5 base set with the CGC and it got an 8. That is a big deal. So what is going on there is those companies have different grading standards on how damage on a card is perceived. Now, my grading style will be similar to PSA's. CGC, sometimes they're a little softer on those middle grades. I actually don't like that about them. And it makes me want to kind of avoid some CGC cards, certain CGC cards, because you just don't know what you're getting. I like that PSA is really tough on their middle grades. I've been studying their middle grades for a long time to understand them better, and I kind of get it. So they sort of had this thing going on where 7, 8, 9, and 10 are sort of like varying degrees of a very high quality card. Okay, 7, 8, 9, and 10 are like that. They're like 7, 8, 9, and 10 are high quality cards, with like white dots, maybe like a scratch in the hollow. Once you break down into 6, you're talking about cards that have damage. So once the card has like a bend or a crease or a significant kind of warp, there's different warping. Warping like from humidity, that's not significant. There's warping from being bent. That's significant. So anything like that, even the simplest kind of damage drops it straight into a 6. So this is how PSA is working. And then you have varying degrees of damaged cards that go from 6 to 1. So 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's how PSA is working. But it has to be damaged. Otherwise, it'll fall into the upper range, 7, 8, 9, or 10. Now, if a card has enough wear as well, that can also drop it beneath the 6, right? So it doesn't have to have like a bend in it in order to drop beneath the 6. It can actually have so much damage on the back, on the edges, that this also drops it into that range. But yeah, so that's how they're actually working, and it's fascinating because CGC's not doing that. If your card has a bend, CGC can still turn it into an 8, and I like PSA's ways better in this case. I actually think a card with a bend does not deserve a high grade because you're really talking about a pretty significant type of damage to the card, whereas like, you know, minor surface scratch or white dot during printing, those are quite minuscule. So yeah, I think that CGC is too good or too lenient on the mid grades. It makes the mid grades unreliable in terms of value. You know what I mean? Like, I actually enjoy knowing when I get a 7, 8, and a 9 from PSA that they're still pretty close to flawless. Whereas with CGC, if you get an 8 and it's got a big bend in it, you're like, well, this card is stinky. You know what I mean? Anyways, that's a fun topic. Christopher Goldtrap says, 2 live customs. Christopher! 1 and 2. Now, CGC could grade your card an 8 for all kinds of reasons, not just a bend. Now, he also won 6 brilliant stars. You got it, man. Yeah, I'm sorry about those live customs. Those were cold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Christopher Goldtrap. Anyone else summoned to jury? Were you summoned to jury duty? Dude, that sucks. I got summoned to jury duty 2 years ago, and it totally interrupted my... Not 2 years ago, I'm sorry. Must have been closer to 4 years ago. And I had to take a day off from working on the TheCardconomist as a result of it. And it was really stupid because they didn't even need me. They said, we don't need you. You can go back home. But that was after I'd already arrived. Look at this! I love this Mimikyu VMAX. So cute. It's like a stuffed animal. Here's Haxorus. We got Tropius Lucario. Magma Basin. And Aggron VMAX. Look at that Aggron. I say I'm not an American citizen, and it always works. All right, Christopher Goldtrap. Wendy's Breakfast. Mr. Where's the location of your runner where you hide your pokies? My runner? I don't know what a runner is. Okay, Mr. Christopher. Let's go find your bag. Under the sink, with the drippy faucet. Perfect place to hide your cardboard. I just pretend I never got it in the mail. You can actually get in trouble, I believe, right? Somebody correct me, but you're in trouble for not responding to jury duty. Can you, like, actually get a warrant for your arrest? All right, let's create a new bag for you, because you didn't mention if you had a bag. Thoughts on the new starters? I thought they looked fine. A lot of complaints, but I mean, you got a green cat that looks a lot like Litten. It just looks like he's going to be some sort of Totodile kind of thing. What their evolutions look like. You can go to jail for ignoring it. Yeah, exactly. You can get in trouble for not going ignoring. They can cut off your Diglett if you skip jury duty. Sorry, I have a bag. Oh my god. Okay, so now we need to go find it. Maybe you're in here. I like the new crocodile. Yeah, I'll probably end up choosing him. And then, you know, abruptly swapping over to some other Pokemon. I like Magnemite. Magnemite's my starter. Wait, this is Chris Acevedo here. So we have a second Chris Acevedo bag. What can you tell me about your bag, Christopher Goldtrap? Is this a really old bag and you've just returned recently? Is it a really fat or really thin bag? Do you have your own box? So here's Chris Acevedo. We'll go ahead and combine those now. Older, thin bag. Ah, okay. So that's actually really important information. It tells me where your bag will be. We have a box for that. Old, thin bags. Christopher Rogers. And here it is. Christopher Goldtrap. So my system sorts bags by alphabetical name, but also by size. And so if you have a small bag, you get sorted into a box for small bags. If you have a large bag, you get put into something I call an overflow box. This separates the small and the large bags. Typically, the reason we did this was because people with the large bags were repeat customers. So, you know, if it's somebody whose name I recognize as commonly ordering cards, I just go straight to the overflow box because I know they're going to be in there. Okay, Chris Acevedo. Guess I gave him his own bag for a Weedle. All right, we'll put him back up here. Where's your bunker? Oh, the bunker, not the runner. Oh, yeah, we got our bunker. We're putting all our Pokemon cards down there. Dude, I was having a dream that I was in a crowded city and there was a bomb alarms going off because they believed that a nuclear war had been launched. And it wasn't a very scary dream, but it was like I was thinking about it. You know what I mean? I'm like, imagine if that really happened, what that would be like. Alexander McKay says 2 poker cards. Mr. Alexander, yeah, the Pokemon cards wouldn't matter a whole lot in that case. You know what I mean? Nothing would matter in that case. The world's about to dramatically change. Look at that, Charizard. I'd still protect my Pokemons. I'd be like, I'm taking them with me. Oddish and Smeargle. Oh my, that's scary. Yeah, it was. It was a detailed dream too. Bulk grade the Misty, says Alexander McKay. Yeah, it was a detailed dream. And so I think my brain was trying to like recreate what would this really be like. So there was like everyone was outside, just kind of freaking out, trying to get to actual bunkers and, you know, getting in the car, trying to drive away from it. So yeah, it was but it was a dreadful feeling, wasn't it? Like, oh, the inevitability of that bomb catching you is on its way, and who knows what else is next. So, but I don't think it would come to that, all that nuclear war. I think Putin and the West know that neither of us want it. Mister, that's LB, like a $275 card as a 10. You gotta get that card graded, mister. Yeah, it's a really pretty card. I'm glad you pulled it. Here we go. I shouldn't put your bag away so soon. We gotta put this in your bag. Trust me, if you know, with the card having accidentally been placed into the donations box, if I couldn't get that card back for you, I promise you I will buy you a brand new mint one. That's what I would have done because, you know, I'd have felt bad. And to me, it's not even that much. I would have just taken care of it for you. Heck, maybe I would have bought you a PSA 10 even. No, I would have gotten you a raw one. I'd have been like, you gotta grade that mofo. But we would have gotten you a really, really clean one. Or maybe a whole box to replace it. I hate the idea of making a mistake and it actually affects someone, you know what I mean? But luckily we caught it, right? So that's the good news. Very important that happens, that we catch it. Okay, now we got Christopher Goldtrap again. He wants shipping. All right. Let's grab your bag. Here it is. Let's get you shipped. It's Monday, the perfect day to get all the shipping done. Okay, I can see you're offering me a different address than the one you have saved. Might be a good idea to update your PayPal so that if you have anyone else Oh, good. Okay, and that's the address we have saved, I believe. Is it? Oh, okay. So you're giving me a new address. I'm going to go in and delete your old address, okay? What is this music we're listening to? So I've just deleted your old address. We don't want to do an address change for you. Now we're using the address you provided. Yay! Okay, we're going to grab your email. Where's Ultimate Kid? Where is Ultimate Kid? We can't host this stream without Ultimate Kid going, I want some free ones. Mifdog, how do I get into the free ones? And print. All right, Christopher. Boy, we need some new music in here. What do you guys think? You think we need some new music? I had to pay somebody money to put together a good soundtrack for me, like a real good one. What do you think? You want to be my music gatherer? Sarah Chan, 3 Rent-A-Girlfriends, 3 Science Showdowns. Okay, let's get those Rent-A-Girlfriends. One, 2, and 3. 3 Showdowns. 2 and 3. Dog's going off. What time is it? 4:20 in the morning? Somebody's going to work. Could you please suss my signed 7 Deadly Sins and see if it's a chance for 10? Oh, you want me to take a look at your 7 Deadly Sins card so that you'll see if it's got a chance for a 10. It probably does. Here we go. Here's the deal. You would want to grade it anyways, because even if it's a 9, it's still rare enough of a card that it's worth grading as a 9. And it's more likely going to be a 10. These pack fresh cards from like Weiss Schwartz, they're all printed to a good standard. Now, occasionally they're not 10, but this is not like a simple full art or simple hollow. That doesn't look right, man. You've got a signature card. I would grade it even if it was going to come back at 8. I'd grade it because it's just a really rare card, you know? 7 Deadly Sus. So this is for Sarah Chand. Your hollow Rent-A-Girlfriends. Nothing crazy coming out of this round, Sarah. But here it is. I know you want to see it. So we can check the back, and that'll show off some centering. So you can actually see that it's a bit fatter on the right than the left. And the top looks a little bit better, but it's a bit off-center too. The question is it so off-center that it would lose a grade? I don't think it would. Let's check this as well. Yeah, it looks pretty clean. So you can actually detect some centering from this box here. The box looks fine. See? If it's off-center, it's off-center by such a small amount that it would still pass as a 10. Now, one of the defects we do find on the cards occasionally, so this portion of the card with king on it would actually be glossy. Occasionally, there's a big dent in the glossy. I don't know what causes it. Obviously not me. It's just a part of the manufacturing. So we can check for a issue in the glossy portion. And we want to make sure that the glossy portion is really clean. So you can see he looks really good. And the other things you can look for is like in the etching, you can find missing chunks of the etching as well. So those are all problems you can run into with the surface. You can see I'm not touching the card, I'm holding the sleeve, so the card never gets touched. And he looks really clean. You can look at the edges too. So sometimes the edges, they're just not cut very well, or there's like little cutting serrations left over. This edge looks pretty normal. Looks like a nicely cut card. So the biggest problem for this card is kind of like some off-centering here. So like look at the left is fat versus the right. And then down at the bottom, you can see, right, so you can see the left is thin. You can see the left is thin versus the right on the bottom, see? But again, that's not enough to cause it to turn into a 9. A lot of cards are slightly off center and they still grade 10. They're not going to grade pristine 10. They're not going to grade perfect 10. But we don't even do pristines or perfect. I don't think PSA does pristine or perfect either, right? Unless they changed, but I don't think they do. Okay, so I thought I'd show that off to help you understand a little bit what grading is like. These pack fresh cards, they grade 10 quite often, and they don't grade 10. Sometimes I just kind of point it out, and so we never get a 9. It's like the 9 never occurs because I'm like, that's way off center. Don't grade that one. Ruben Rodriguez, please ship my cards and slabs. Chaka Kills was my name, and I have 2 with Ruben Rodriguez. Ah, okay. You got it, Ruben. Ruben Rodriguez. I have 2 slabs with Ruben Rodriguez as my name. Okay, I think I understand the order. I'm going to print that out. So that's a blank label. I'm going to write on that to myself. Let's get you shipped, mister. Okay, I don't know how many you had, so I'm just going to max out the weight on this. Do I have Illustrator Pikachu? I sure do. I mean, I've got some metal Pikachus, metal illustrators if you want those. I've got some lovely metal Illustrator Pikachus. They're just for fun. They're not real collectibles. They're toys. Okay, let me write my notes on this. All right, I left a big note for myself about your order so that hopefully we don't mess anything up on it. I'll go get some, okay? Let me go get an Illustrator Pikachu. Illustrator Pikachu recently sold for $900,000. And so we've got some imitation ones. I don't know if any of you guys own like a Pokemon card shop or anything like that and would be interested in buying my remaining metal cards off of me at a very low price. I don't really like them. The problem with them is I don't like to display them, and the other problem with the metal cards is they're very quite heavy. So they take these bags I've got to ship out, and they're already heavy enough that they're getting close to a pound, and then they dip them right over a pound. So I don't really make much money on these because of that. But here they are. So we sell these illustrated cards for $8 a piece. And, yep, they're just a cool metal card. They weigh a heck ton. They were lasered. There's a machine that lasers them on. I think this is some sort of overlay that gets pressed onto it as well. It's really fascinating. So it's a cool little product. And you'll never own a real illustrator because there's only like 47 of them in the world, right? So this is just a fun little toy. And you can have me add it to your bag for $8. Oh, I would love one. Yeah, so these are $8 a piece, and you can have me add one to your bag. You can put it in your folder or just have it around. I was going to grade them. I was going to actually encapsulate them, but you know, they're not technically printed by the Pokemon Company, so since they're not copyrighted cards, I'm sorry, it's the other way around. Since they are copyrighted cards, I won't be slabbing them. I don't think I want to do that with my grading company. I want to stick to only authentic cards is what I mean, right? So we don't want any, like, let me put it this way. If you took a blank card and drew a nice pretty picture on it with the character that you came up with, I would encapsulate that. I would call that a custom card. But if you're just recreating a copy of the Pokemon Company's card, well, that's a copyright issue, and I probably wouldn't slab that. So you can't have me slab anything that's owned by another company. Check me out. I want some commission, says Theo. Oh, man. All right. We're going to get you some commission. Okay. But yeah, they're real heavy, and that kills me. The heaviness of them really destroys my shipping. It causes me to have to upgrade you to priority, and then you know, the priority mail is like $8 more anyways, and I sell them for like $8. So it's like, what was the point? So let's see. We helped Ruben. Now we've got Mark Martinez. By the way, Ruben, you didn't have a bag for me to ship too, did you? For Ruben Rodriguez? I should have checked. You think Ruben Rodriguez has a bag? I'll just check real fast for a Ruben Rodriguez bag. He didn't mention if he had a Ruben Rodriguez bag. He mentioned he had a Chaka Kills bag. Or maybe he was referring to Ruben at that point. I don't know. We better just check real quick. Rolando, Richard. So we just take an extra minute. Oh, he did. Ha ha. Ruben Rodriguez. Next to Ryan Pieta. There you go, Ruben. Try to get this so the label sits nicely. How late are we? How late are we into this? It's 4:30. I think I want to try to wrap the stream up by 5:30 tonight so that I can get hopefully 100% of the shipping done tonight. There's a little line for all the people waiting to be shipped, and I'd love to get 100% of it done for Monday morning. Mark Martinez says 10 brilliant stars. Mr. Mark, you got it, Mark. Mr. Mark. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. He also then asks for 2 live customs. Live customs are my favorite thing that we sell. I think they're really exciting. 1 and 2. Ah, I'm sorry, Mark. Pretty close to the hit, too. There's the tops right in the front. And 1 Neo Japanese 2. Okay, so we have a Japanese 2 pack break going on with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 spots having been filled. And you're going to make it spot number 8 is filled as well. We're actually near the end of the pack break, everyone. Mark Martinez. All right, there we go. Sneeps. 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 All right, lots of lovely sneeps in there. Mr. Mark. Here's Piplup. And here's Cub Chew. Oops. We've got Float Soul. Grimer. Shaman. Look at that Shaman. Anyone got comments from the pack breaks? Here's Marnie's Pride. They don't want them, I'll buy them. No, when it comes to the pack breaks, everyone keeps their common, and they all know that the common actually does have some value as a gradable, collectible card. So I don't know if anyone would give them away, but even if they want to, it would need to go into like the pity pile or something so we can hand it out. Here's Dracovish to somebody who had bad luck, you know what I mean? Okay, lovely Dracovish. So he picked up a Rainbow Sharon. How do I feel about that? Here's Purple Pass. Damn, what is this music, man? Somebody say what music we should play. You guys in the audience pick the music, okay? What should I play next on the radio? Eric. Mario. Which Mario you want there, Mr. Alex? Underwater Mario. Just Underwater Mario? That's from Mario 64. Let's play the Mario 64 soundtrack. Oh, well, now they're playing Pokemon music. Hold on. We'll listen to Pokemon. Yeah, we'll listen to some Pokemon, and then we'll play Mario. I didn't like that particular one that was playing earlier. So, Mr. Mark, you're going to be over here, right? Oh, he wants shipping. I have an extra bag of hollows, just FYI, along with 6 to 7 slabs. Wow. Okay, you got it, Mark. That's a big round. Wait, let me check and see if we've shipped to you before. We have shipped to you before. All right. You're going to get a regional rate box. That's a priority mailbox. I've already done this before. Some people don't want vintage commons. Okay, let's see. Let me check in here. There we go, Mark Martinez. So we had you in a nice big box full of just holo cards. Isn't that crazy? We got a box, and all it has in it is a ton of holo cards. Some more cards in here. Andrew Jason Badana has one of these secondary bags, just full of bulk. How about that? That is a ton of holos, Mark. Wow, look at that. We got 240 viewers on a Sunday night. And it's 4:30 a.m. in the morning. What a weird time to have a big audience. That is unexpected. I would expect to have like 180 viewers right now, not 240. How are you all doing tonight? So, Mr. Mark. So now we need to find your other bag. You didn't mention you having a box or anything, right? 2 bags. So let's find the other bag then, because you're definitely going to have a large bag. If you got all these holos, you must have a large bag somewhere. No answer? They're all bots. Night shift getting off. That's right. Dude, I got 4 M boxes over here. Here we are, Mark Martinez. That just saved us so much room. Fantastic. Hope you're doing well yourself. You can never take away the power of my soul. Sure, that's true. Why not? That's fine. Let's say that. Now, where is we want an empty ETB for this one. All right. And you said 6 to 7 slabs. Cool, man. Daylight savings be messing you up? Mister. Okay, we just refreshed. What, 150 likes? What would you guys like? Would you like to see some new slabs on the table, or would you like me to do a roll call? We reached 150, so we typically would do another thing for the audience by then. After Mark Martinez, we have Nicholas Richardson. 5 brilliant stars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, these are $8. Yellow stream. Why does everyone want to get rich quick, mister? Bud Thompson, that's a depressing topic. It's because life's really all about trading all your time for money, and then hopefully you get to enjoy a little bit of life when you're an old man or an old woman. So people want to get rich quick so they can do it at a much younger age. That's why. It's not really that easy to do. Maybe you burn yourself out when you're young. You'll get close to it. Oops. twerk for 150, yell at the stream, I love you. Till today, I hadn't had caffeine in 3 months. Then I drank 2 Red Bulls. I have like a shot of an energy drink every time I go live, but I don't chug. I don't drink the whole can. I just have a shot. Then I leave it in my fridge and it goes flat and I keep drinking it later. Mr. Send my order. Give me more transparent cards. Life is short. Yeah, that's a better way to say it, actually. People want to get rich quick because life is short. Okay, One Evolving Skies. If life was not short, people would not worry about getting rich quick, but life is short. You turn 18 and then you go to college and you graduate from college, hopefully when you're 22, but a lot of people graduate when they're 23 or 24, and especially go for a doctorate, you graduate much closer to your 30s. And so a lot of people spend a lot of their life just trying to finish their education. Then you get about 20 years before you're 50. By the time you're 50, you're pretty wrinkly and old. You know, you're not going to have... life doesn't offer you the same opportunities by the time you're 50. So you get a fresh 20 years to live a good life. And then you're grandpa. And grandpa can live a good life too, but it's a different kind of life. It's a grandpa life. So get rich quick. Everyone would love that. And it's a topic of great interest to me. It's a topic of wealth. I wish that everyone could be wealthy. Seems like it doesn't truly work that way. So the way as an adult, oh, Roseanne's backup. Nice, man. What I'm realizing is that wealth is relative. If we all had $100 right now, no one would have $100 because it doesn't have any value if everyone has it. You know, if I had wheat and I had a home to sell and I had gas to sell and everyone has $100, well, I'm not going to sell them for $100 because you could all afford it. And then it would be, you know, I wouldn't be any wealthier just for having, you know, the same money you all have. So to become wealthy, you have to have more than others. That's why raising the minimum wage never makes you wealthy. Only having more than the people around you makes you wealthy. So if the minimum wage was $100 per hour, you would need to be working for $200 an hour in order to feel like you're being paid well. Doesn't matter how high you raise the minimum wage. Although one thing raising the minimum wage will do is it'll drive all the jobs out of the country. So that's true. It'll make the price of homes so unaffordable that if you don't have a job, you'll be so far behind everyone else for all the money you're lacking. But anyways, yeah, it'll drive all the jobs and innovation out to another country, and that's what we did. We sent them all over to other countries like China, where they learned all of our technology and they learned all of our methods and processes, and now they're wealthy, and we're still no better off than we were when we started demanding minimum wages be, raised or whatever. Here's Nicholas Richardson. In other words, you can't vote yourself wealthy. Only being productive can make you wealthy. But so if you want to be really, really productive, how do you do that? And that's a great question too. You know, you can just be smarter than others, or you can be more motivated or harder working. I think you have to be a little bit lucky too. Inheriting the money's nice. That's a good way to get wealthy. If you can't inherit money to get wealthy, you know what you can do though? You can leave an inheritance to your children. So, and that takes a lot of, you have to be kind to do that, because instead of leaving the money to your children, you can just blow it all on hookers and going on vacations and buying a giant boat. So it takes a lot of hard work, and you have to be super frugal and appreciate the money to be able to leave it as an inheritance to the people who come after you. So that's the best way to get wealthy, is to just inherit the money. Somebody has to do that for you. You should be doing it for your kids, and you shouldn't be mad when somebody else does it for their kids. That's the way it should be for everyone. And remember, any kid that inherits, their income, now they don't need to feed off of the system. So a lot of people get angry at kids who inherit money, but just remember, that kid who inherited money, they've been taken care of by their parent and their grandparent, and now they don't need help from the government. The government will say, well, you must pay for this with your inheritance. You're not eligible for welfare. Julio Rocco says 3 brilliant stars. So it's a good thing. The real problem is that we should all have an inheritance. Everyone should. And then there wouldn't be so much anger and jealousy. If everyone received an inheritance, there would not be so much jealousy. So a good question is, instead of getting angry at somebody else's parents for leaving them an inheritance, you might ask yourself, hey, Mom, Dad, what were you guys up to? What about Grandma and Grandpa? What were they up to? Couldn't save anything? but some people get unlucky too. So I said it does require a little bit of luck, I think. Here's Torterra and Corfish. Grandpa said I can spend the inheritance on lot lizards. Oh, my Lord. Julio would also like to have his bag shipped. It's tough. It's so tough, man. It's so tough. That's why most of the world does not have a lot of money. If making money and being wealthy was easy, we'd all be wealthy. The more you compete, the harder it is to be wealthy. Because again, I realize now that wealth is relative. So if everyone was working as hard as me, I would actually be more poor as a result of your hard work. Julio Rocco. Yeah, so if all you guys were just as productive as I was, working as many hours, working on the weekends, you'd all have as much spending money as I do. And then that would make the cost of a home go up. So none of us would be wealthier as a result. We'd all be tied again. You know what I mean? And that's how everything brings us back to being in a competition. We're in a competition. Really tough. By the way, this is a really heavy bag. So let's get you some priority mail shipping. Print. I'm Pokey wealthy. Says Vizard. Yeah, if everyone was wealthy, no one would be wealthy. That is kind of a big idea. In order for you to feel wealthy, somebody else has to be poor so that you can buy something that they can't buy. Pat Gibbs says 2-week cross glowing. All right, we got 2-week cross glowing. Here we are. If everyone could afford the same house, it wouldn't be a good thing to own anymore. Here we are. Mr. Pat. Oh, man, Pat, you might have just struck some gold. What is this? Very nice. Never Give Up, Dr. Tamago, Secret Rare. Wow, man, you got that in 2 packs. Crazy. I've been spending all my fun money on Pokies. Well, that's what I do, too. I do the same thing. All right. I really enjoy collectibles. Boop. He says, what? So these are from the We Crossed. These are on the menu. And I'll do a zoom in on this card. She's wearing some kind of monster suit, this girl is. She's got her head poking out of the monster's mouth. Still taking orders? It looks like I am. We're only 170 minutes in, so I sure am. All right, Pat Gibbs. I'll take just a few more orders, actually. I do want to wrap up early tonight. Not worried about getting any extra orders this time. So I do want to wrap up a little bit earlier. And not so I can head off to bed or anything, but because we need to get all the shipping done tonight. We want to get all the way caught up on shipping. I tell people, at least my Pokies have value. The drinks you buy at the club do not. That is actually kind of true. So you can take your cards and resell them. But if you spend all your money on drinks at the club, that is not resellable. You know, we were at the grocery store today. My wife and I, we were filling our fridge up. We bought all our canned food. I bought corn and green beans. We eat a lot of cheap food. That's how I afford my Pokies, right? We eat cheap. And while we were there, we went past the crab legs. Man, king crab legs. God, I'd like to buy those. But, you know, I told my wife I couldn't do it. She's like, you could probably afford these crab legs. I'm like, maybe. But I told her I couldn't stand to take something that cost me $100 and turn it into a lump of poop in the toilet. You know, it's just not worth it. Just couldn't do it. It's overpriced. So I had to turn it down. She thought it was funny when I described it that way. Pat, you had a bag, right? You didn't say if you had a bag. Help me out, guys. If you have a bag, let me know when you place your order. Searching for a bag. I don't know if it exists. I'm going to create a new bag for you, Pat. Pat, I'm going to give you the Spanx, man. Mr. Acting Broke. You know, they did a big study on wealthy people. And one of the things they found out about wealthy people is wealthy people wear blue jeans and eat hot dogs. A lot of them do. So people who are literally wealthy, they're not like they don't have like bling, you know, like, oh, I got my gold chain and my limousine. People who are literally wealthy, they typically wore blue jeans and they typically ate cheap food like hot dogs and cheap beers. They didn't order anything that is expensive at all. And that's why they're wealthy, because they just take all of their money and they just invest all their money. And so I live that way myself. It's very easy for me because I grew up super, super poor. And in my family, we ate ramen noodles was on the menu. You know, we just ate ramen noodles constantly. And we would have like baked chicken and rice. And we would eat pasta, whatever cost, because there were 11 children and my dad was the only one working. So, yeah, I'm already used to it. I've been doing it my whole life for so long. What is there even to miss out on in life? I guess the crab legs would be nice. They taste good. We had them for Valentine's Day. That was kind of cool, but I'm not going to spend $100 on crab legs. I just can't do it. It's not in me. Daniel Ramos says 3 brilliant stars. You got it, Daniel. I just can't do it. You just described Bill Gates. I grew up poor too, but now having some money, it's hard to control it. You know, it's weird. For me, it's not that hard. When I was young, I found controlling my money to be easy. And I found that I stood out from my siblings that way. We would all get a little bit of birthday money from like our grandmas. So if it was your birthday, grandma would send you like $5, right? And you might get $5 from mom and dad. You might get $5 from an aunt and uncle. So your birthday rolled around and you had like 20 bucks. And what I found is that some of my siblings had no control over spending. They would run out, spend it all on candy or whatever they bought. They'd have nothing left. And then they were just perpetually broke. And then in my little bank account, I had a little piggy bank. I would have $20, $40, $60, and then $100. And I would just get this big high feeling from having $100. And I was only like 15, and that was a lot of money for us back then. So I was, you know, and because again, our family was pretty broke. So I had a pretty easy time controlling my spending. And I found that what I did was I hoarded money when I was a little kid. I hated spending it and I loved hoarding it. And then I had siblings like my older sister who she would be like, can I borrow money? Because she had like no control over her spending. And, you know, we grow up, we got older, and it kind of continued down that way. So she would go out and she would party with her friends. And I would not go out and party with my friends. I didn't party ever. But what I would do is I would take my money and put it in my bank account and just stare at the number. So I was like obsessed with the amount that I have. And look at me now. So now I like to stockpile cards. I mean, look at all these cards in front of you. I just stockpile cards all day, and it's the same feeling. Maybe it's similar to being a hoarder. I couldn't describe it to you, but I get a good feeling from the feeling of wealth. I get a good feeling from the feeling of there's a lot here. You know what I mean? We just have a lot. And even if I'm not, wait, these don't belong in here. What are these doing in here? And I think those got in there by accident. So I love the feeling of there just being tons and tons of something. That's why I make such a fantastic collector, because collecting, you know, if you only wanted to collect one Pokemon card and you were done, you wouldn't be a very good Pokemon card collector. It's the urge to collect everything that makes you a good collector. So I've just got tons of cards all the time. When people ask to borrow money, you should never, look at your mom card, should never expect to be paid back. Oh, yeah. Really, we have a lot. We have all those for sale down there. Hey, those are my toes. Plus everything you just saw on the table here. Plus everything I have on my table across the street from here. I got a lot, man. Always have a lot. I got a lot of my personal collection. And I don't know, it's kind of a weird thing. I feel like it doesn't really matter how many cards I own. I'm always going to want to have more. There's not like a set amount where I go, now my belly's filled and I don't want any more. You know what I mean? That doesn't exist. There's no such thing. I'm just always hungry for more cards. So it's definitely some kind of psychological thing. Okay, Daniel, thank you so much. Christopher Shutt. Oh my gosh. So Christopher Shutt says, I have a bigger bag. Can I get 5 battle regions? You sure can. Gotta catch them all. Yeah, I mean, it's a great slogan. Gotta catch them all is a great slogan because it taps into that urge to collect. That's what it does. The urge to collect. 5 battle region, 1 cosmic. All right, yeah, we actually have cosmic. Where did we place the cosmic box? Here it is. I had a friend live with me and had to kick him out because he would buy vegetarian stuff intentionally so my kids can't have any. One of my grandma collect foreign dolls, so I think I get it for her. My belly's never full, my real and my Pokemon card one. 2 poker cards. Epic Gamer, is there interest on that 700? What? Here we are. Yeah, I never get tired of stacking up Pokemon cards. The only downside to stacking up too many Pokemon cards is when you have to do inventory for taxes. My God, is that terrible. Chikorita, nice, man. You just got the Ace of Clubs, Chikorita. Beautiful. $2 to the Ice Chicken. All right, so we got 261. Oops, that's going to become 251 or 259. No more orders? What's up, Matthew? Matthew, you can place 1 order, okay? But then, seriously, no more. We got to wrap up now. We're going to start wrapping up. I sent money request by accident. If you didn't already, please cancel it. Okay. What's inventory? I just look at them. So when you do your taxes, and I don't think this is for everyone, but this is definitely true for a business. For them to do your tax calculation, they need to know what your inventory is because they need to know what you spent, but they also need to know how much of what you spent is actually just sitting in your hands as like, it's like funds that are laying around, right? So they ask you what your inventory is, and you got to give them a detailed list. And holy Jesus, when you own a lot of cards, does that take a long time? You know what I mean? Takes a crazy amount of time to document your inventory. So when it comes to cheaper slabs, I want to reduce my holdings on cheaper slabs and either focus on something very repeatable. Like let's say I get a booster box. Let's say I get a booster box case of some expensive box set. Well, that's very easy to inventory, it turns out. That's very easy. But slabs, not easy because you need to know how much everything in a box of slabs is worth, but each slab was a different price, wasn't it? They're not a uniform price, whereas booster boxes might have been a uniform price. So, yeah, it takes forever to figure out how much you spent on every slab. So that is a secret cost. If you got too many slabs, inventorying them for taxes is absolute insanity. And I can't have that every single time I need to do taxes. I might start doing taxes quarterly. So every quarter I might start doing taxes. Didn't find any vintage packs in those mystery boxes. Oh, I'm sorry. Look at this. It's Christopher Shutt. Yeah, so when I was a kid, I was really obsessed with Pokemon cards, just like I was obsessed with hoarding money. You should utilize PSA set registry for your inventory. Maybe, I don't know if that would help. Hey, mister, do you have any advice to save money? My wife and I are struggling bad. It's ridiculous. Saving money? Well, I would say, Mr. Aiden Johnson, the first thing is you can really improve your life by simply getting paid more. So this was another thing they learned from that millionaire study is that it doesn't really matter how frugal you are if you're not earning enough. So if you're having money problems, probably the number one thing you could do is actually go get a better paying job because they are definitely out there. And that's really hard to accept if you've gotten into sort of like a habit of going to your job and it's, it's comfortable and it's not risky. But, there's so many jobs out there that will pay you more money than what you're currently doing. They're all over the place. And so that's the number one step is to just go get paid more and not even a small amount more. Try to get paid a lot more. Start applying to every single job you can find and take a risk in life and improve your income. But the second thing is your highest expense. Did you guys know this? The biggest money waster is what you eat. So don't go out to eat anymore and just start cooking homemade meals with like rice and chicken and pasta. And there's a lot of delicious and cheap meals you can make with like chicken thigh, potatoes, cabbage. Yeah, potatoes and cabbage. They're like a staple meal during famine times in Europe because they're hearty fruits and vegetables that last for a long time. Potatoes, carrots, and cabbage and onions. So my wife and I, we lived on that we're still living on that. I love potatoes, cabbage, and onions and carrots. They're just delicious and they're not bad for you. And you can make a lot of food with them. So for protein though, I mean, you can get like chicken breast, chicken thigh, and then just season it. That's about it. But don't go out to eat, because the minute you go out to eat, you just doubled your food budget, right? Like we had St. Louis Bread Company. That's what they call it out here. We had Panera, and it was delivered to us on DoorDash. You know how much it cost us? $70 for Panera, one meal. $70 one meal. And we did it for fun the other night. It was like a week ago we did it. And we just finished shopping for a week's worth of food, and it was only like $170 for the whole freaking week. So the difference between eating out and shopping for food at home is just like unbelievable. You can have a whole can of like corn with another whole can of, I don't know, like Chef Boyardee for like $4, or you can go out to eat for like $20 just for you, and then $20 for your lady friend. It's night and day. So that's your biggest expense, actually, is just what you're eating. And then you can just try to cut back on other things. Like if you got subscription plans you don't need anymore, get rid of your subscription plans. Do preventative care for yourself so you don't need dental. Make sure your teeth are clean. Make sure, you're staying in shape as best as you can. Try to find ways to reduce rent if you can move in with somebody who's charging very little rent. That can save you a couple thousand. It's not as big as your food cost, though. That's a funny thing. With your car, if you got too expensive of a car, that's going to be a big expense as well. So make sure you own a small and cheap but reliable vehicle that you don't need to repair very often. We have like a cheap Ford, and we've never repaired it. We bought it at 40,000 miles for $8,000, and I paid it off in the first couple months of owning it. And then I swapped the insurance down to the cheapest version of cheap insurance. So I pay almost no insurance, and I have no car payment. And yeah, so it's all those things combined: cheap mortgage, cheap car, cheap insurance, cheap food. I don't buy like clothing or anything like that. And then my wife doesn't do anything either but work. She doesn't like to buy things, so she just works and makes money. And our favorite thing to do is watch TV together and eat a cheap meal. So you could do that too. But you got to get the right emotions for earning money. You have to be ambitious enough to go after earning more money. So that's a big problem for you. If you don't have ambition to get a higher paying job or to work more hours, you would just always be poor. That's it. Nothing changed my life more than how much I earn. So you have to increase how much you earn if you want to be becoming wealthy. And then, once you're earning more, whatever it is you're spending your money on now will look like small fry problems. You'll be like, we can afford that. That's not a big deal. So your level of ambition as a man is a big part of whether or not you're going to be wealthy and you can afford the things that you want to afford, or whether or not you just kind of stay trapped in a mediocre job and you can't afford the basic things that you enjoy, like maybe Starbucks and a bagel. So yeah, just increasing your pay will actually solve most of your money problems. Manuel Barr again says, one battle region, one fusion strike. You got it. One battle region, one fusion strike. That's something you can really change much faster than becoming frugal. Like if you become frugal, especially the food, in my opinion, if you can become frugal with what you eat, you can save a lot of money that way. But none of that's going to matter if you don't get a high-paying job. So you've got to get a high-paying job. It just has to happen. Have more than one income, says Armando. Here's Vicavolt. Yes, Vicavolt and Mel Metal. You could do a podcast. I'm all ears. Thanks for the tips. I'll look into that for sure. Also, no more eating out. Yeah, eating out is atrocious. It really is. If you create like an Excel spreadsheet, and this is pretty easy to do, if you created an Excel spreadsheet and actually sort of like, how you can track your calories that you eat, try tracking how you spend money on meals and create an Excel sheet for this so that you can see how much you spend in a week on eating out versus how much you spend in a week on like family meals. And you'll find out it's like 10 to 1. It's almost 10 to 1. Your family meals can cost $10 and eating out can cost $100 so fast. It depends on what you eat out for. Like if you're eating out and you're getting like bean burritos from Taco Bell, it's not too bad. But sometimes you go to Taco Bell and you spend like 30 bucks because you get the fancy items, right? Or the amount you're eating, right? So it just depends. Manual bargain. You go to the movie theaters and you, I don't know, do the things that people do. I don't know what people do. I don't do anything. I just work. You guys know I work because I'm always here. You guys can literally track how much I'm working because I'm always here. So you know all I do is work. And everything we open here on stream has to be replenished and it has to be shipped. So just consider those three things and you get a little bit of a concept of how many hours I'm working. So I just work all the time. But you know, I'm ready to take a break. I'm ready for that. I'm ready for a vacation. My wife and I were talking about that. I'm ready for a break, guys. But here's the deal. You're going to want to break when you're young, but you're also going to want to break when you're old. But you know what? It's easier to work long hours when you're young so that you can give yourself a break when you're old. So it's smarter to do it in that order. Work hard young, relax as you get older. Caleb Andershite says, can I grab 2 battle regions? What's up, Caleb? Thanks for coming back, man. So let me go ahead and get a fresh box because we were out. I think about food a little differently. I'm always thinking about the cost per meal. I usually am trying to only pay $3 to $5 if I can. Yeah, I mean, one of the problems with eating, people often equate eating at home and eating. So when you eat Panera Bread Company, what are you doing? You're doing carbicide. You're committing suicide with carbs. You're eating so much bread, it's unbelievably unhealthy. And then I bet you half of you guys get the cheese soup like we do. They got that broccoli cheddar soup. It's really good. But you know what? You're eating like a loaf of bread and a cup of cheese. It's so shockingly bad for you. You might as well just sign up for bad health. So that's what happens when you eat out. So the irony is when you stay at home and you have some baked chicken breast with rice and green beans, that appears to be the poor person food. That's actually the other way around these days. That's the rich person's food. They keep money in their pocket, which goes into an investment, and they're healthier longer than you because they're not eating bread and cheese. So my wife and I need to stop eating bread and cheese because it's so bad. And we need to focus more on healthy foods like broccoli and chicken, which is actually very affordable. So home-cooked chicken and broccoli, so cheap, so healthy, and you get to use your leftover money to invest. That's the food of rich people is chicken and broccoli and similar dishes. Maybe you have a tuna salad. Maybe you have some kind of cabbage soup. One of our favorite things, we get like an uncured turkey sausage, and then we have cabbage, potatoes, and carrots in a chicken soup with this turkey sausage. Because we'll eat a baked chicken that was cooked at the store, and then what I do is I take the bones and I boil the bones of the chicken for like 3 hours. I take all that chicken oil. It creates like a chicken stock, and then we turn that into a soup. It's really salty. It's really delicious. Well, anyways, that's super cheap. And it's probably healthier for me than what? A whole loaf of bread from Panera and the cheese soup from Panera, right? Which is literally a cup of soup. I'm sorry, literally a cup of cheese. So Caleb says, here's a cheeky $5 for you. Thanks for taking care of my order. I'll throw it back at you. I'm going to get you a free poker card. All right, look at that. 1999 Slow King, King of Spades. Look at that. Beautiful. That's for Caleb. Let's go find your bag, Caleb. It's okay, Caleb. Caleb, I was just doing my job. You're right. If I missed your order, I missed your order. So you didn't do anything wrong. It's not always how much you make, but how much. No, it is. I was trying to make that point earlier, though. You're saying that it's not how much you make. It is how much you make. That is a very large part of the equation. So if you're finding yourself poor, you could try to cut back on how much you spend, but actually it's easier to go out and just get paid more. That's going to have a bigger effect on your budget than budgeting will. So if you're being paid $40,000 and you swap up to like $55,000 because you competed for a better job, that extra $15,000 goes a long way. And then you can also budget, but continuing to go from $55,000 to $70,000, however you do it, that's a huge deal, increasing your income. So, don't underestimate that. Your problem with being poor isn't that you're not living on the edge enough of just, I just eat crumbs. Sometimes the problem is you're not competing for a better job. Madison says, when you completed my last order, you mentioned that I didn't need to pay $20. I'd included it in my order, so I was curious if possible to get 2 poker cards to replace that. If not, Madison, I tell you what, Madison, we'll get you all kinds of poker cards. Are you ready? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right, Madison, you get some bonus cards. Madison, I'm just in a generous mood, that's all. I didn't realize you had included the $20 cancellation fee. All right, Madison, let's see what you got. Oh, Bulbasaur. My God. Scyther, very good. I love these poker cards, by the way. Here's Cleffa. She's so cute. No pineapple on pizza. Here's Centret. Yeah, pineapple overwhelms the flavor of the cheese pizza, but it's still okay. It's not terrible. It's just, it's not like you're enjoying pizza anymore. You're like enjoying this other weird thing. All right, there you go. That's for Madison Payne. I'm sorry, I didn't know you included that. That's very nice of you to include that, which is why I wanted to give you all those cards there, because I didn't expect that. Pineapple doesn't go on pizza. Talking about saving money, yet giving out free stuff. Don't worry, we all appreciate it. Speaking of giving out free stuff, you know, I was really thinking a lot about Keep Being Awesome. Oh, no problem, man. Thank you. Hey, that's a $10 donation. I really appreciate that. What was I going to say? You know, I wanted to mention that I've kind of changed positions on a political subject. You know, we talk a lot about politics on this channel, and one of the subjects is socialized healthcare. I would say that if you wanted to get rich, you would have a better shot of getting rich living in a country with healthcare that is not socialized and you're healthy. So those two conditions. And so you'll have a lower tax rate and you'll avoid paying for healthcare because you're healthy. But I thought about how democracies really will play out, especially with social media. And I feel that it's inevitable that every democracy will want socialized healthcare and that it'll become a thing. My core belief is that when you need cancer treatment or heart treatment or whatever you need, you will just spend all of your remaining money to stay alive, because staying alive is a higher priority than money. And so I think people all understand this and they sympathize with it too. So I feel that all democracies will inevitably become socialized healthcare democracies. So I was thinking about that subject, and I feel that the Republican Party in America probably ought to just change boat, and they ought to support it and try to be the ones to implement it. Jason Panera. I've been thinking about that subject a lot. I think about it like daily. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Of course, that doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to get the cost of healthcare down. And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to just improve it overall. But I think people will demand that it becomes socialized, and it's a losing subject to say, don't socialize it. You know what I mean? But so anyways, on that topic, another thing I was thinking about was sort of like our religious ideas. So I feel that one of the really interesting things that's been happening over time is a lot of people have become less religious than they used to be. In the past, you just believed whatever you're told to believe, and you really believed it. I mean, you're just like, you were dead, you total faith, you know, no questions asked. I feel like people have moved away from that in a lot of ways. Like, there's still unanswered questions about the universe, but a lot of people are more open-minded than they used to be when it comes to religious subjects. So, you know, if you got a lot of people who are considerably less religious than they used to be, well, what kind of becomes heaven and paradise for them other than trying to stay alive as long as possible? So I think as society becomes less religious, the desire to stay alive will become larger and larger. And once again, this points toward healthcare, sort of like healthcare is like heaven almost, is what my mind is thinking. So it's not really paradise, but the desire to stay alive, especially if you don't believe there's an afterlife, will become such a huge deal. So people will prioritize it as the most important thing in the world to have proper healthcare for cancer and heart disease and whatever problem. Those are the two biggest killers, right? So diabetes is another one, and diabetes leads to heart problems. So, you know, you could just say heart disease and cancer. But I feel like people will prioritize healthcare as maybe the most moral good. You see what I'm saying? So it's like the most moral good. And that's why you got guys like Bernie Sanders saying all the, oh, human rights and stuff like that, which again, like if you're really technical and logical, like I tend to be, you go, there is no such thing as human rights, only power, only power exists. There's no such thing. But when you're talking about a democracy where you're allowing people to vote, unless you were to shut that democracy down or rig it or control it in some particular way, people are just going to vote for free healthcare. There's no way it won't happen. So that means people will need to have their taxes raised considerably. I just would want that system to work really well, I guess are my thoughts. So I feel like if you're going to have socialized healthcare, I feel like all kinds of things should have to change along with it. All the nasty foods got to go. It's got to be outlawed, just like cigarettes. I don't want a bunch of drug type food that's really addictive and unhealthy out in the atmosphere while we're paying for everyone's health care. I'd like to see, and that means more regulation than ever before, which is actually libertarians would be screaming. They'd be like, no, let people do anything. So this is the opposite. This is the control. This is like authoritarianism. So all these bad foods got to go. And then the socialism can begin when it comes to healthcare. And maybe even mandated exercise. I don't know. Like exercise is another big killer. People don't exercise. I don't exercise. But it leads to really well-documented health problems. Muhammad Sayami returns. Good day, mister. I have a small to medium-sized bag. Can I get 3 hollow lives? What's up, man? Mandated healthcare. Mandated caring of your own health. Quit smoking cigarettes. Best thing I've done, says Jordan. Yeah, no smoking. Cigarettes can just be banned, right? Like, nobody really needs them. Explain to me why anyone needs a Twinkie either. Like, Twinkies aren't necessarily good for you. They're just, but there's a point where there's like a line you crossed. I don't know what the line is, but I think that probably we ought to roll out socialized healthcare, but along with it should come some real brand new regulations where the government says, look, if the thing you're selling and making profits off of kills people, you can't do it. We won't allow it. And this is like the opposite of being free. This is like the government is mommy and daddy. But I actually do believe that in a democracy, this is how it will play out. And social media, I think, plays a big role. So like if you're watching someone die from heart disease or cancer or whatever it is on social media, they have the better argument than you. There's no way to argue with them. You can't look at them and go, well, that was your luck. I'm going to be lucky and be healthy. I didn't catch cancer. So poops on you. Have fun being poor and watching all your relationships fall apart because you got cancer and I didn't. It's not a winning argument. It's not a winning position. It's not going to work in the long run. It can work for a while, I think, but I don't think it'll work in the long run. Mr. Muhammad, let's see what you got. I think that's why Bernie Sanders has done so well, because other than socialized healthcare, I don't think he's really that good of a candidate. Bernie Sanders, he's just kind of a goofy guy. I always felt he was kind of weird, like I didn't feel like he was a leader, but people want that socialized healthcare so badly that they go, oh, he's the guy who's going to fix my social healthcare problems. So, I like him, you know what I mean? What I'm trying to say is, imagine if Bernie Sanders was like another conservative, pro-capitalism, anti-socialized healthcare kind of guy. You'd all hate his guts. That's what I'm saying. There's nothing else to like about him. Have you noticed time flies by so fast? It's March now. Kind of weird. Oh, it's fast, man. My friend has a ton of money, but he wears Walmart shoes and clothing. It makes no sense to me till he explained to me. He said clothing are just clothing. They don't matter. Yeah, I'm wearing a shirt that I've had for like 12 years. Alex, you're kind of like 600 pounds. All right, no more coach for today. Could be a guy, but I doubt it, says Jordan. Okay, now we got Alexio Alvarez. 4 double diamonds. You got it, man. 4 double diamonds. So with socialized healthcare, I feel that we need to solve some of our health problems. We need to actually cure them. Joe Biden has a strong argument. When he says we're going to cure cancer, you kind of like mock him for it. You go, oh my God, what a stupid thing to say. It's not stupid. It's actually what we should be doing. We should actually be curing cancer, and we should be curing heart disease and like curing these things. So we should have like cheap artificial hearts. You know what I mean? We should have a cure for cancer that's more than just, well, I hope you detected it early and cut it out of your body, because otherwise you're dead. You know what I mean? Yeah, we need some actual cures for these things. And it doesn't matter what age you are, you'll all be old eventually. So it should be cured as soon as possible, but we just don't have them cured. And the reason that that's the right thing to say is because, like, we changed the way we live when we invented fuel. We changed the way we live when we invented the internet, when we invented TV. There's these major moments in human history where everything changed. When we went from the horse to the vehicle, when we invented trains, the whole world changed very rapidly in just like 200 years. And so curing cancer and heart disease is one of those things. It's going to happen hopefully soon. It should be as soon as possible, really, because, mister, they got a cancer cure and testing right now. Well, I hope so. But yeah, so my point is that, when it comes to these subjects, that's what the future looks like. The future looks like we've cured heart disease. And the sooner we do that, the sooner we move on to like a new stage of like human existence. You know what I mean? We're going to look back. People are going to look back to a time before we had a cure for heart disease. And they're going to be like, wow, can't believe they used to live that way. You ever think that? Like when you look at old movies and they did horse-drawn carriages with no air conditioning, you go, oh my God, can you believe they used to live that way? They're going to look at us right now in 2022 and go, can you believe they used to live that way with no cure for these simple diseases like cancer? So they're going to look at us that way someday. We ought to reach that point as fast as possible, even if it's very expensive. But, and if that means paying more taxes, it doesn't matter. It should just happen because everyone wants it. Everyone wants it. Maybe it will take a while for everyone to realize they want it, but already I think 50% of the people want it. I think it'll become more than 50 over time because it's just, it's just the next thing. So that's the way I kind of see it. So, anyways, my point is that the Republicans should give in on that subject and they should work to implement it. Alexio Alvarez. Some Republicans just don't want socialized health care. I don't know if they're going to win election consistently over time. Alexio, you got both of these Tops packs. You could open these. I don't recommend opening them. These are the stiff Tops packs. What I recommend is grading them, okay? So these are real stiff. And what that means is the cards inside are super sticky. And what I recommend is that you send these to PSA when they open up pack grading again and get them placed into a, pack holder. Were you? Because your internet actually came to the government in 1969. Open, open, open. So let's get this into your bag, Mr. Alexio, into your box. My fear with socialized healthcare is that they implement it very poorly and that it actually just becomes like a cash cow for some rich elitist kind of person who's in the system. They don't actually help people as much as they should. They're skimming the cream off the top, right? That kind of bad sort of corruption. That's my fears, that the government implements it very poorly. Now we have Jordan Estrada. Hey, mister, can I get 2 double diamonds? You got it. Double diamonds. Let's see. Our government doesn't really do too much very well. They just like to spend all our money. And I don't like our government. I really don't. Someone make a cure from cringe. Cancer is a stinky poo-poo. Right. Well, it really is. It really is. I do think that we should have some kind of way so that people can receive help on cancer. It's weird, though, because it's like, it's so expensive, it really could bankrupt the country. That's my belief. So the reason I've always been against it is because you can bankrupt the country with it. That's the problem. You can't spend money that you don't have. That's just not financially, it's not reality. You cannot spend money that you don't have. But probably we do have enough money as long as you took it from everyone else. They don't want to have their money taken away to pay for everyone. So that is the dilemma. That is why it's not socialized already. But, it's such a fundamental and powerful desire to continue to live that it is a losing political position to tell people, you know what, we don't have money for you. Go ahead and die from cancer. That is a losing political position. You just can't win from that position. And even the corporations, I think, kind of understand this. You see the corporations turning all socialist and lefty, and they used to be the hardcore conservatives in the 90s, right? So the corporations were conservative in the 90s. So the fact that they've also become socialist, it benefits them when the government prints money and hands it to you to spend at the corporation. So the corporations see it as a consolidation of power, which is good for them actually, but also it allows them to virtue signal, oh, hey, we're here for you, you know what I mean, when it comes to issues like socialized healthcare. And so, of course, they're going to say, but in the end, they're a money machine. That's what the corporations are. So they're just doing whatever they have to do to make the most money. They're money machines. They're like perfect competitors. They compete with each other, competitors. Someone said we're getting a fourth stimmy in a stream a while back. What? I want another stimmy check. Me, 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 me. But yeah, curing cancer, curing heart disease, that has to happen. And it shouldn't be this thing we brush aside. Jordan says, I got it back. It shouldn't be this thing we brush aside and be like, yeah, we'll work on that. No, it should be like our top priority. If you think about it, it's weird that it's not our top priority right now. It just should be our top priority. Like, why haven't we solved this? We shouldn't be doing anything other than that. It makes no sense. You know what I mean? Curing heart disease, curing cancer, curing diabetes, curing obesity, curing all the major health illnesses. That is the number one thing for us to be doing. Gregory Pyre says, for the Star Wars Series 3. Yeah, you got other subjects like AI, artificial intelligence. That's another good one. 1, 2, 3, 4. But you know that's the case. They don't want that solved. Feel me? Hello, Mr. in chat. Remember to smash that like button for an awesome channel. Oh, thanks, man. Okay, and you want a showdown as well. Let's get that showdown. Yeah, there's a lot of conspiracy out there that, you know, there's these groups that make money off of these illnesses that really don't want them to be cured. I doubt that that's what's holding back a cure. You know why I say that? Because there's good people out there who would research this stuff just to solve it, just to help people. But also the other reason is whoever discovers the cure is going to become very wealthy because they're going to be able to sell the cure. So, you know, I don't fully buy into the conspiracy that they've already got the cure for cancer. They just won't sell it to you. You know, they could just charge a lot for it and that would still make them happy. So coming up with cures is a business. And the idea that people are too greedy to cure cancer, it's like the other way around. They're not greedy enough. They should be more greedy so that they can realize, well, there's a lot of money to be made curing cancer. Everyone will demand that product. Everyone will need a cure eventually for cancer or reversing aging or something like that. American politics kind of confuses me. Gun laws, abortion, socialists in Australia, no one gives a quack. They expect at this point. Yeah, I mean, you know, they're all topics of debate. Okay, they're all topics of debate. It's not right to simply dismiss them as, oh, well, the solution to these is very simple. Like, for example, they're getting invaded in Ukraine right now. And it's like, well, you would want to have guns, you know, in order to deter another country from wanting to invade you. Imagine that Ukraine was super pro-gun and everyone just had guns. Already, the people surrounding you who might want to attack you, they're already wondering, well, man, they're a well-armed society. Maybe that's not a good idea. It's going to be much harder to invade a well-armed society than one that loves to give up their guns and doesn't know how to use a gun. You know, like, that's another big part of it. Like, so if you have a well-armed society where everyone's been trained to use a gun, every person becomes a soldier. Whereas if no one knows how to use a gun, they run away with their tail between their legs because they feel like they're just going to die trying to save the country. You know what I mean? So that's a big deal. And then you have like a first, we got an etched card here, guys. Here is the ending of Star Wars 3 with Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Yoda. Oh my. Look at this, man. Beautiful. It's a really old card. Yeah, the corner of it falling apart here. Beautiful card, man. For example, you have Switzerland. Doesn't Switzerland tell all of its citizens that they must own a gun or learn how to use one? I think there's a rule or something like that in Switzerland. They're very pro-gun in Switzerland, but they're a first world country. They don't have the same issues with school shootings and mass shootings in Switzerland. The issues of mass shooting are kind of like a modern problem, actually. In America, we had guns for a really long time and nobody did mass shootings. We had guns for a long time and nobody did mass shootings. And recently, starting perhaps in the 90s after the internet came out, mass shootings became a much larger thing. Kids all started doing these mass shootings, and it just continues and continues. So it's kind of an interesting problem. It's almost like a modern problem. Mr. going to be the next president? Well, I don't know about that. I'll probably become the guy who opens up your Pokemon cards. Bullying, because most of them. Here's what do we got here? In Canada, you have the Emergency Powers Act out there, where Justin Trudeau can shut your bank account down. And if you've got no guns, it seems almost like you're just going to. If the government wanted to do what they wanted to you, they just could. And if you have no guns, they really could. Implementing something like that in America, where they start shutting your bank account down, might actually kind of scare the government, because the American population might do something about it. Might radicalize some Americans, and they might go, we got guns and you shut my bank account down and I'm crazy. So the government kind of has to think about that when they make decisions. Your government doesn't fear you if you have no guns. You got your pee-pee cut off. But that comes at a cost. And the cost is that people have guns and they're terrible. But it's like, we'd rather have the government have the guns. I don't know. It's an interesting problem, the gun control argument. A lot of countries allow guns. It's just harder to obtain them. But, in America, you got all these people getting labeled a terrorist now. You're getting people being labeled an insurrectionist now. And so it almost feels like we've reached a point where we're approaching the point where people would like to call you a terrorist and put you into jail, and that's essentially going to be like a form of imprisoning your political opponent. You know what I mean? So it feels like we're approaching that. We're not quite there, but it feels like that's a step in the right direction. If you wanted to be able to jail your political opponents, you just label them, hey, you're a far this, you're an insurrectionist, you're a terrorist, we're going to have to put you in jail or put you in a lawsuit or something like that and destroy you. You know what I mean? That's a really big deal. And again, I don't know if taking the guns away, I think taking the guns away would reduce mass shootings. I really do believe that. I've always said that too. I think if you took the guns away, really, really outlawed them from all 50 states, really shut the border down so they couldn't come across the border, you would see a decline in homicides from shooting. That doesn't mean homicides overall would necessarily decline, but certainly from shooting it would decline. But I don't know. I don't know if I want to live with my government and feel like I can't have any home defense. There's also actually moments where people properly defend their homes because they own a gun. So that's another thing. Like, there's all kinds of stories of people who were attacked, but they were well armed. And so because they were well armed and they knew how to use a gun, they saved themselves. So you will give that right up to be able to do that in order to make people feel safer from mass shooters. So there's all kinds of trade-offs. Now you can't defend yourself from a criminal, but there's no mass murders unless they do a mass murder with a car, like the guy did during the Christmas. Remember the guy who they let him out of jail on bail, even though they shouldn't have, because they have a progressivist, whatever DA or whoever prosecutes, and he took a vehicle and he just killed a whole bunch of people by running into a crowd. So it's a weird thing, isn't it? Because that's probably what it would turn into. Mass shootings would turn into mass car accidents. And next time you were robbed in your home, you would have to fight the robber off with a knife, I guess, or a baseball bat. I don't know. If he brings a couple buddies with him, you're going to lose, because it's not like your wife's going to be as good as his buddies. So it's just you by yourself, and you would probably tell like your wife or your girlfriend to run away, and they're going to beat the crap out of you and steal all the stuff out of your home, especially if you try to put up a fight, right? But if you have a gun, they can bring their friends, but guns can kill 3 people very quickly. That's the whole idea. So you give that up if you get rid of guns in the United States, and that's true in Australia as well. There's probably been a number of people who are victims of crime that perhaps never would have occurred if they had been armed in their home, but they don't think of it that way. They just say, well, our mass murder numbers are down. Never mind anyone who got killed in a crime. maybe like a break-in, they don't look at that number and say, well, that number would be different perhaps if they were able to defend themselves. Okay, let's go ahead and refresh. My M16 right beside me, I wish they would. Right, I know. There's almost like a personality type where if you have a gun, you're like, oh, now I hope I get invaded so I can prove myself. The provening. Bunch of little diglets. It's Justin Huerta. How's it going, Justin? All right, guys, it's 5:30. No more orders. We have Alan Duarte. He says, I counted wrong. Double shifts making me so tired. I'll use the $14 credit I just got for a 25th promo, a battle region, and 2 more live customs. Okay, here you go, Mr. Allen. 1 more etched card for me. You got the lovely etched card. The Diglett gun, the most OP gun. That's right. 1 and 2. Ah, I'm so sorry, man. Those are some cold live customs. Let me get you some bonus stuff. I'm actually going to give you one of these illustrators for free. And we'll get you one of these. Here's Singapore and Grandpa. And we'll get you a bonus card from over here as well. All right. But yeah, so if you ever go reading about stories from people who successfully defended themselves with a gun, you'll run into stories of like a woman who's about to be basically, you know, captured and either beaten up and then stolen from, or maybe worse, maybe she would have been captured or raped or anything. And the girl turns around and saves herself with the gun that she was hiding in her purse. When you hear about those stories, it makes you realize like, okay, so we're very used to hyper-focusing on the negative aspects of gun ownership. You get kids who shoot up other kids in school. It's really super tragic. And we start to count numbers, like how many people died in the school. But it's like how many people might have died if they were not able to defend themselves. And that's a great argument. When it comes to women, they don't really got a chance against most men. Most men are just naturally stronger than women. If they had a gun, women actually kind of even out with men in terms of your ability to save yourself. Alan Duarte. And another thing that we'll point out to the Australians, our Australian friends, we have some super dangerous cities that you guys don't have. So your cities are safer. And it's not just a gun issue. We just have more crime. You know, like if Americans just chose to be nicer, then I would say, who needs them? We don't even need guns. You don't need self-defense. But if you look at places like St. Louis, which is the city I grew up next to, like just about 20 minutes away from, we have murder rates so high in St. Louis that when you search 100 most dangerous cities in the world, we show up alongside the Mexican cities where you got the drug cartels. St. Louis shows up on that list. And that's how high the murder rate is. And it's like, you guys have to understand that, sort of like how dangerous American cities are, to understand why people might want to be having self-defense in a place like New York City or something like that. Sure, they had a lot of crime in New York City for a long time too. Jason Panero says 1 live custom. You got it, Jason. So those are all really important issues. Here's Justified Gloves. Jason Panero, that is 1 cold live custom. If you guys had that much crime going on in Sydney, Australia, you'd go, well, shoot, I wish I had a gun to defend myself because I don't want to go walking around at night as a young woman. I don't want to go walking around at night and risk being kidnapped and tortured and raped. So I'm going to carry a gun in my purse and go out and, you know, feel free. And you would argue, well, maybe guns will protect you from all that. I don't know. Or not. Maybe removing guns will protect you from all of the violence and crime. I don't think it will. I think people just have to choose to be good and not attack a woman, right? So it's like, if you wanted to attack someone, you never needed a gun to attack them. You could have just attacked them with a knife. So maybe you could try and explain why American cities are so immoral to begin with. Why are cities so full of criminals to begin with? You know what I mean? So that is a big question. I guess you could argue it's inequality or something like that. Oh, there's too many poor people in American cities. Maybe. I was really poor and homeless. I went homeless when I ran away from home. That first moment when I ran away, I went homeless for just a little while during the summertime. And I was like as broke as can be. Never stole, never hurt anyone, never wanted to. I don't understand that. Like if I was really, really poor, I would never want to murder anyone and I'd never want to rape anyone either because I just couldn't do that to somebody else. you know, because I care. And then you get these guys who are just like, well, I don't give two craps. So I don't know where that comes from. It's sort of like a lack of character. I don't know. So maybe you could start by explaining why people have such bad character, where they're just okay hurting another human being. I couldn't murder somebody. I could murder an opponent. You know, like if somebody was trying to rob me, that's fine. I don't have any second thoughts about that. But like if I was the criminal, I couldn't do that. I don't identify with the criminal. I don't identify with the criminal. I don't want to be the criminal. I despise the criminal. And I don't want to hurt innocent people either, right? So these guys who run around in American cities doing all kinds of horrible things to people, where do they come from? And why do we have to deal with that in our cities? Maybe if our crime was way down, we wouldn't need to worry about having access to guns. In Australia, the only time you hear of guns is when bikies have wars, but even then, they would only hurt other bikies. You never hear of bikies robbing or shooting innocent people. Right, and it's like the opposite of that in our American cities. In American cities, they just, like in New York, there was this homeless guy who took this poor woman and he threw her in front of a subway train and she died. She got hit by the train. And the irony is that she's this woman who takes her free time to work at homeless shelters. So here's a woman who works at homeless shelters and she is viciously murdered by this homeless guy in New York. That was recent. And that made the news. And I wonder how many stories don't even make the news. You know, and it's, yeah, Alex says, I heard that story. Yeah, it was horrifying. It was horrifying. And now you've got women in New York saying like, gosh, maybe I wish I had a gun in case I was confronted by somebody like this. Why should you have to live in fear that you're just going to the train and some homeless guy? And here's part of what was so crazy about it. When they caught him, he was like smiling about it. He felt good about it. Look who I found. I found Terrence Womack. So there's Terrence Womack's bag. He was smiling about it when he got caught. He thought it was funny. He thought it was great. He didn't have any bad feelings about it. He thought it was a game. And that's part of it. Like, what kind of messed up human being are you? And why can't we just eliminate you out of society, like, instantly? Why do we got to wait? Why do we got to put you in a jail cell and pay for the jail cell? Why do we got to spend all this time taking care of you when you're clearly horrible? That's something I never understand about Americans as well. Like, why we spend so much time protecting criminals. So weird, man. We were talking about that a little bit the other day, maybe 2 days ago. All right, Mr. Thomas, let me check a different box. Not in the first box, you might be in the second one. Some people just want to watch the world burn. Well, I call them like animals, basically. I think they're like animals, and they should be in the wild, but instead they're in the city. And so if you're going to act that way, I think that men can kind of be like beasts, basically, right? So I could be like a beast if I went off and did something beastly, not in the good way, but in the bad way, like kidnapping somebody, right? That's like what animals in the wild would do. So the whole point of a society and civilization is to act civilized. That's the whole point of it. And our struggle is we can't get people to act that way all the time, which is why we have to have prison. That's why we have prisons, to get rid of people who act uncivilized. And so that's my concept of like good and evil there. It's like people who are incapable of acting civilized. We have Jay Dean, and he says 5 wise marvels. You got it, Jay Dean. So you're going to get this right here. Literally on the news right now is a headline about 5 homeless people being shot in New York City. Damn, dude. Maybe it was after he did that thing. I don't know. Maybe that guy did that thing and there's some vigilante types who are super angry about it and they want revenge. I don't know. So, but that shouldn't happen either, obviously, right? So that shouldn't happen either. Please let me buy some cards. I really need a pick-me-up. How's it going, Kara Nichols? Kara Nichols, I was trying to wrap up by 5:30. It's 5:44, and we're already past the finish line, and yet I still have other orders remaining. I got to turn you down, okay, because we got to draw a line at some point. But you should come back because we'll be back on tomorrow night as well. We're on every night, so that's the good news is I'm always on. You can place a pre-order if you want. In my country, there were a lot of terrorists. They reduced it when the military won. Oh, nice, man. Yeah. Well, you know, having... Oh, what do we got here? We've got... Oh, look at that Venom card. God, that's cool. So that's full art Venom, and he looks fantastic. Very cool, man. There we go. Mr. Here all the time. Yeah, but I got to get up because I've been sitting for too long and it's not healthy for me. And yeah, we got to wrap up. But we'll catch you next time. Here's Black Widow. But yeah, so that's a fun topic. Gun control is a big topic. By the way, if you guys want to know my opinion, I'm for gun control. I don't actually believe in taking everyone's guns away. But if you want to say things like there needs to be a background check, you can't just buy guns off the internet randomly. Maybe you should be held. You should be held as partially guilty if your kid obtains your gun and shoots up a school. I'm for that. So smart gun control laws, I'm for all those things. They have to be smart though, okay? But taking everyone's guns away as a concept and outlawing the AR-15, I'm not for those things. I don't agree with those. I feel that you should have a population who has weapons because it does deter your government from becoming too tyrannical because they could actually lose to some sort of revolt. Pat Gibbs says, wasn't sure if my bag had shipped yet. If not, can you add my polls from tonight? How's it going, Pat? I could do that. I don't know if your bag shipped either, though. So that's the problem. So maybe I'm just going to leave your cards in the box here because it's safe for them to be here, okay? I don't want to leave them laying out somewhere and have them get lost. Matthew Fowler says, I'll do 3 live customs. Matthew Fowler. All right, Mr. Matthew Fowler, you got 1, 2, and 3. Oh, just enough. Woo. I believe in what we're doing here. Just talk opinion, not look down on someone else's point of view. People literally can't agree. Yeah. We like to talk a lot about very controversial subjects like gun control, abortion, socialism, and I just share my opinion, and I try not to be a jerk about it. Oh, picking up that Celestial Storms Latios. That's a really clean card. PSA 10. It's a prism rare, and it looks really good. That's for Matthew Fowler. Sweet. Wow, that's a pretty card, sister here. Yeah, sometimes we have some really pretty cards in here. And Daniel Kelly says 10 brilliant stars. All right, Daniel Kelly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 4 Chili Willies. 2, 3, 4. For every argument, there's typically a counter argument. The question is like, what's going to work over time? Usually you reach some kind of kernel of truth, and that kernel of truth helps you make a decision one way or another. Sometimes you need data. Data can help sway your opinion pretty strongly, 12-month member. Sometimes you need experience. Like, as I grow older, there's more and more things I've seen over my lifetime that help kind of like inform my opinion on what I believe. You know what I mean? Sneep. Mr. Daniel. Mister, if you had 3 wishes, what would you use those wishes on? I don't know. It's a great question, man. More Pokemon cards. Pokemon brings back first edition. And more Pokemon cards. Pokemon brings back first edition. And Charizard falls out of the position of being the most popular Pokemon. That'd be funny, wouldn't it? Okay, we've got Throw. This is for Daniel Kelly. Arceus. Okay, there's Arceus. Can you get some Sailor Moon? All right, Sailor Moon on the way. Jolteon. There we go, Jolteon. Here's Dracovish. Yeah, sometimes I see the crime rates in European countries, and it makes me depressed. Have you guys ever looked into this? Have you ever looked into the crime rate in Japan and then compared it to the city that you live next to in the United States? I've done it. Makes me really depressed. Makes me feel like we're already living in a third world country. But a lot of people will say, well, the reason the United States is in a third world country because we don't have enough socialism, right? That'll be their typical argument. I'll actually agree with them. It does feel like we're living in some kind of third world country, but it's because people won't stop performing crime. My wife and I were going to move into a city when we looked up the crime rate and we realized we don't want to live in a city. And we were doing all kinds of research, a place we want to move to. We were just finding every American city is like super high crime, and it's just really depressing. It makes you not want to move there. There's some cities in America where your odds of like being a victim are like 1 in 20. 1 in 20. Cross switcher. Here's Meryl. If I had 3 wishes, I would use the first to stop global warming, the second I would use for world peace, and the third, infinite pokies. Someday, I'm going to buy 6 of everything that I like. It's going to be like 1K. Here's Echoing Horn. We've got Slurpuff and Frostlass. And finally, Shadow Rider Calyrex. Justin sent a super chat. Oh, I'm sorry. Japan is so nice from the outside, but then you get into the deep social issues like high suicide rates. Actually, I think that suicide rates in Japan is exaggerated, right? Justin says, good day, sir. Thank you. I tell you what, before we log off, because we just finished, before we logged off, I want to show you the suicide rates in Japan compared to other countries. So Daniel Kelly, we'll just look it up real fast. The other thing I want to show you is just how dangerous the city of St. Louis is. I don't know if it's holding on to its position that it's held on to for a while. Wouldn't be surprised if it was. It's okay. He's busy trying to get through these orders. We got a lot of orders. Matthew Fowler got a nice little hit there with that Celestial Storms Latios, didn't he? And Daniel Kelly, I thought you had a big bag. Yay, statistics with Mr. Daniel Kelly says, I have a thick bag. You might be in this one then. And you're not in here. You would think you would be in here, but you're not. So we just have these 2 DA boxes. St. Louis, #1 for murder rates. I don't know if it still is. It might be. Might not be by now. Daniel Sandhue. Did we create a new box for you? Mister, this live was great. Good thing my 7-year-old is not watching. Yeah, well, part of the reason today's live stream was so good is because I actually got some adequate amounts of sleep. I just want to mention, when I miss too much sleep, it's much harder for me to talk intelligently. Much, much harder. And I make more mistakes on your order. Yesterday, I was actually feeling ill, if you didn't know this. I was feeling ill yesterday, but I still went live. My God, I can't find your bag, Daniel. Where are you hiding it? Daniel Kelly, the hidden one. We didn't create like a box for you, right? David Ma. All right, so I'll just create a new bag for you. And when we run into your other bag, we'll combine them. Sometimes I only get 3 hours. I've been struggling with sleep a lot lately. I stopped sleeping down. I have a bedroom in the downstairs basement. It's a really great place to get sleep. But my wife doesn't like to sleep down there because she gets scared. She actually gets scared of being downstairs in the dark. So she only sleeps upstairs. But if I sleep upstairs, she wakes me up. So I'm having a dilemma for like the last couple of months where I'm not getting very good sleep. Okay, cool. Now, I just want to look up again because I know that Japan does have suicide. Countries by top suicide rate. All right, you ready? Here we go. So these are the countries with the top suicide rate. We got Barbados, Grenada, Jordan, Honduras, Venezuela, Philippines, Jamaica, Turkey, Indonesia, Algeria, Brunei, Maldives, Lebanon, Peru, Kuwait, Panama, Myanmar, Egypt, Tunisia, Nigeria, Iraq, Sudan. The list goes on. Japan didn't even make that list. Let me see if we can get a bigger country or a bigger list. Okay, this is 2022 actually. There's Russia, by the way. So Russia is, here's South Korea, by the way. South Korea really bad. I knew about this. So South Korea has a really high suicide rate because, let me mute the music, because it has so much pressure for the children over there to do well in school. So children over there live with extremely high pressure. But look at this. There's Russia. Wow. And interestingly, Russia's not far off from South Korea, 28 to 25. There's Ukraine, Belarus, Latvia, Slovenia, Belgium. Belgium's pretty high, actually, right? That's European. Belgium's pretty high, Western. Hungary, Croatia. There's the United States at 16.1. And now look at this, Japan, 15.3. You see that, guys? So the stereotype that the Japanese are committing a lot of suicide is false. They actually have less suicide than we do. We commit more suicide than they do. South Korea, on the other hand, is really not doing so well. They are struggling. So South Korea has a very serious issue with suicide, and they need to change their culture in order to fix it, in my opinion. All right. Now look at this. So, oops, hold on. Oh my God. There we go. Ranking the most dangerous cities in the world by 2020 by murder rate per 100,000 inhabitants. So we got a lot of South American countries on this list. Los Cabos, Mexico, Venezuela. Funny enough, Venezuela coming in second, but only by a little bit. Mexico, Brazil, Mexico, Brazil, Mexico, Venezuela. This should not surprise you if you are familiar with like live leak videos or like some of those bad websites where you can see gore, because all the videos were coming out of South America, all the murder videos. But here's what should shock you. That's an American city, St. Louis, Missouri. I'm in Missouri. That's the city I grew up next to. St. Louis, Missouri made a list of the top most dangerous cities in the world. How could that ever happen? How could we be on a list where we have some of the most dangerous cities in the world and we're America? It makes no sense. One of the wealthiest countries in the world, United States, right there, St. Louis, Missouri. How does that happen? And the funny part is, huge L for Missouri. Huge L for the whole country, too. And yeah, it is a huge L for Missouri, but the whole country is an embarrassment. How does that happen? And what I want to remind you guys, that's the murder rate. You got to look up the rate that women get raped and the amount of theft as well, and the amount of criminal activity where you get injured but you do not get killed. It's insanity. It's really, really crazy. And, when there's an analysis done on what is actually going on in St. Louis, it's not just poverty, it's drugs. There are criminal gangs in St. Louis who fight with each other in order to sell drugs in that certain territory, and that is a very large problem as well. And where do they get the drugs from? The drugs are provided from like China and South America, where they're produced illegally and shipped up here to us, and they make it through the border, and that's how it all works. So it's like, I feel like you guys should come with me into St. Louis, Missouri, and spend a night in some of the nastiest parts of St. Louis, and you will feel it. You'll feel like why there needs to be change, because it's like we shouldn't be living this way. It's not right. We shouldn't also be having the same problems as like the Mexican cities that are struggling with the Mexican cartels. Well, who do you think the cartels are selling their drugs to? Us. They're selling it to us in St. Louis, and we end up with the same problems they have as a result of it. I can't believe it. It's hard to look at that and believe that that's a real statistic. It just shouldn't be there. It shouldn't be like that. It's like you see this list: Mexico, 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 St. Louis, Missouri. What an outrage. It's horrible. And it's weird because you get out of St. Louis and into St. Charles, which is where I lived, and it's like night and day. It's almost like you've left a third world country, which was the city, and you've turned into first world America when you get out of the city and get into the suburbs. Is that night and day-ish? Yeah, and not all of St. Louis is that bad. depends on what side of St. Louis you're on. St. Louis is kind of broken up into parts, and there's wealthier parts of St. Louis that have like these tall gates and everything, right? Because they build walls to protect themselves from crime within the city, right? So, and I guess that's effective. But yeah, it's kind of it's shocking, you know. Shocking, you wouldn't expect it. Well, that was a lot of fun topics. You know, if I wanted to show you more stuff, I'd show you the crime rate in Japan. And if you saw how minuscule their crime rate was and then compared it to America's overall crime rate, you'd be shocked by that. But then if we looked at a specific place in America, like if we compared St. Louis, Missouri to Japan, you wouldn't believe how different the ratio is between them. You would think that you're living in a third world country in St. Louis, Missouri compared to Japan. It's really sad. Something should be done about it. And I don't know, what can you do about it, you know? Politically, we're so politically woke. I think the wokeness actually blocks us from being able to do things like apply law and order. And that's what we need more than anything else in St. Louis is really tough law and order. And we need to get rid of the drugs. So that would fix it, but the general population won't allow it. And we sympathize with the drug dealers. So we identify with the criminal and the drug dealers. Many people are dying in St. Louis, right? So anyways, those are my feelings on it. I'm going to go ahead and hop off. You guys have a nice night.